Good morning, everyone. How are you? Or good morning, excuse me. Good evening. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Present.
Councilmember Bukava?
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Here.
Councilmember Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Leon?
Present.
Mayor Aiken?
Present.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Reverend Dr. Matt Lee from Sarong Community Church. Following that, I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Leon to lead us in the flag salute. Will you all, if able, please stand? And Reverend Lee, you begin when ready.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, it is a joy to be with you and to offer the invocation tonight. My name is Pastor Matt Lee. I serve as the new senior pastor of Sarang Community Church. Sarang means love in Korean. And in that spirit, on behalf of Sarang Community Church, I want to express our love for you and deep appreciation for your dedicated service to the people in Anaheim. May God bless all your endeavors and the families you represent. Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, our creator and sustainer, we come before you today with gratitude and humility, acknowledging that you are the source of all wisdom, justice, and good governance. Thank you for the privilege of gathering in this place and for the leaders who have been entrusted with the responsibility of serving this city. Lord, we ask that you would grant these council members and all civic leaders wisdom that is discerning, humble, and courageous. In moments of complexity and decision, guide their minds towards what is right, just, and for the good of all people. May your people receive your loving care, and let your loving care be channeled out from this place to every corner of our community. We pray for the prosperity of Anaheim, that it would flourish not only economically, but also in compassion, in justice, and in the well-being of every family and neighborhood. May this city be a place where people can live in safety, pursue meaningful work, and experience a deep sense of belonging. We lift up those in our community who are hurting, the brokenhearted, the struggling, and the overlooked. Would you bring comfort where there's pain, provision where there's need, and hope where it feels like hope has been lost? Above all, may we be a people marked by love for one another, seeking the good of our neighbors, and working together for a better future. By your grace, may you establish the works of our hands and grant that the decisions made here tonight would bear fruit for generations to come. May our city shine the light of your glory. In the name of Jesus, our Savior and King, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we begin tonight, I want to recognize April as World Autism Month, a reminder to lead with understanding, with inclusion and respect for every member of our community. That spirit is part of what brings us together here today. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start tonight's presentations by celebrating an incredible milestone for Blake's Place, which has been serving our Anaheim community for over 30 years. For 3 decades, Blake's Place has been more than just a local, family-owned business in Anaheim. Known for its authentic, delicious, I can attest to that, slow-smoked barbecue and welcoming atmosphere, Blake's Place is a go-to spot where families and friends come together and connect over great meals. Over the past 30 years, they've served thousands of meals with quality and heart in every dish. creating not just delicious meals, but a true sense of community. So congratulations to the team from Blake's Place on over 30 years, and we wish you successful 30 more. If you could please join us. Would you like to say a few words, please? Thank you.
I'd like to thank the mayor, city council, and the city of Anaheim for allowing us to be in this fine community for 30 years and hopefully 30 more. And just want to say, you know, I started this 30 years ago, named it after my son Blake, who was 6 months old at the time, and now he's going to be taking over the place, hopefully, with the help of Lisa G here. And I just also want to say that we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the community, our team, the customers, and we're happy to be here. Thanks. Yeah.
Perfect. Everybody will have you look right here.
So I'm excited to recognize another Anaheim business that is having an anniversary, and that would be, here in Anaheim, our Radiant Beer Company on their 5th anniversary. So for many, many years now, Anaheim has been known as Brew City and having welcoming policies to small business owners that want to enter the microbrew business. And here in Anaheim, we love to help and welcome those businesses right from day one. Radiant Beer set out to do more than just craft great beer. They created a welcoming space for community. I even took a beer and bonsai making class at your place. The beer was great. My bonsai, not so much. Radiant Beer has become a spot where friends can gather, where families throw celebrations, and is a welcoming place. So thank you to the dedicated staff and leadership whose passion drives this business. 5 years, we know, is just the beginning, and we wish you continued growth. So congratulations on 5 years, and here's to hopefully many, many more.
Great. If we can have everybody squeeze in a little bit.
Squeeze in. I don't know if I can fit everybody in. You just have to get farther away.
From this way, it's room right here. Perfect. Okay, I apologize, everybody. Is everybody in there? Natalie, scoot over more. There you go.
Meeks, there we go.
Yeah, which Natalie, you gotta specify.
Thank you.
Brown hair or blonde?
So tonight we are also proudly recognizing an outstanding student athlete from our community, Alexa Smith of Orange Lutheran High School. So Alexa has earned the championship at the CIFSS Masters for Wrestling. She rose to the very top in a highly competitive field, demonstrating not only exceptional athleticism, but also discipline and resilience. Wrestling is a demanding sport, both physically and mentally, and she proved just how dedicated she is. In a sport that has traditionally been known as male-dominated, she proved what dedicated women athletes can accomplish. She's breaking barriers and showing strength and true girl power. We also want to acknowledge and thank her family, her coaches, and her teammates whose support has helped make this achievement possible. Alexa, congratulations on this wonderful accomplishment. You make us proud.
You want to? Yeah?
I would like to thank my parents for being my #1 supporters and taking me to practice and making me better, and my coaches that have always been there by my side.
All right, we'll take a photo. Don't pin it.
All right, another recognition, which is an Anaheim local baseball team, the Orange County Peloteros, for winning back-to-back championships and also for their commitment to giving back to our community. So going back-to-back takes consistency, teamwork, and a drive to keep improving. And the Peloteros have shown what it means not only to compete on the field, but to give back to their community. What makes this team even more impressive is what they have done off the field. While fundraising to travel for a tournament, these young athletes recognized that there were other children in their community facing greater challenges. Instead of only focusing on themselves, they chose to raise money for the Orangewood Children and Family Center to support kids in need. That speaks volumes to who these kids are. The team has built something bigger than baseball. They have brought compassion and pride to their team while helping their local community. I want to thank your parents as well as your coaches. You should all be incredibly proud of the children that you have raised and their accomplishments. To the Orange County Peloteros, congratulations.
Oh, here, let me see if the coach.
Do you guys have a team captain that wants to say anything? All right, yes.
Adrian.
Okay, we have Adrian from the Peloteros who is going to say a few words.
So, first of all, I would like to thank all the nice coaches and parents that help us bring us to practice, pay for our tournaments, and all that other stuff. Also, I would like to thank Nora for giving Norma for giving the chance for us to be here. Without her, we would never even experience this place in the first place. And
Okay, just like a team photo, can we do it in rows and go by height, or if you want to take a knee up front?
Awesome. One more time. 1, 2.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you. So next on our agenda are recognitions that are going to be presented at a later date. Madam Clerk, will you please announce?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 5 this evening, recognizing April 6th through the 10th, 2026 as National Community Development Week, recognizing April 13th through the 19th, 2026 as California Mosquito Awareness Week, recognizing the month of April 2026 as DMV Donate Life California Month, Arab American Heritage Month, and American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. And Mayor and City Council, we do have a representative from the Housing and Community Development to accept the proclamation with regards to National Community Development Week, and they can step forward at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Thank you for the proclamation and recognition of Community Development Week. Our community development turned over 50 years last year. Our housing authority is also over 50 years, as well as myself, so I'm in the right department. But on behalf of Grace Stepka, our director, myself and Andy Nogales, deputy directors, we're proud to serve that department. We have close to 90 employees that give back their time and energy, whether it's our workforce development team who have the largest turnouts of our job fairs, to our development team that just finished Azure Apartments at Harbor and 91 and the 91 freeway, to our homeless services team that helped fill up that development in weeks, all the way to our Section 8 and Housing Authority team that really processed all that paperwork to get everybody housed quickly. So on behalf of everybody, thank you very much for the recognition.
And do we have any more in-person recipients?
No, Mayor, that's it.
Thank you. And I wanted to take a moment just to introduce, we have Deputy City Manager Ted White is joining us for the meeting tonight. So thank you, Ted. And Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, City Council, we do have one. Item number 15 is a public hearing. Staff is asking to continue that item to April 21st, and that is so that we can agendize the item as a tax-exempt bond in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $25 million by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the Hermosa Village Phase 3.
Thank you. So at this point, I'd like to take the meeting out of order to address the public hearing continuance. If there is no objection, we will address agenda item number 15. And may I ask for a motion to continue that public hearing to April 21st?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. The public hearings be continued to April 21st.
Thank you. And clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers addressing the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available in the council chambers and the lobby as you enter into the chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that we provide Spanish interpreting services at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we ask that you please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo de Interpretación Simultánea al Español. Se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva también está disponible para cualquiera que desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad cuando menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate the spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:23 with a 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:53 or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor and City Council, for agenda items, we have 6 speakers, and I'll go ahead and call them forward. The first speakers are Joshua Collins, Vern Nelson, and Juanita Lopez. They can step forward at this time, and the time limit is 3 minutes per speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is R. Joshua Collins. I'm founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. And first, I just want to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died for us on the cross to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. We must be born again to enter the kingdom of God. And I want to talk about the homeless issue today. I'm thankful for this agenda item. Looks like you guys are doing a project for those in need of affordable housing, number 15 agenda item. That's great. I wanted to just put out some other ideas out there that could help the homeless. One would be prioritizing city-owned land for affordable housing, especially near transit areas. Number 2, to streamline permits and reduce fees for affordable housing. Number 4, to encourage Disney to contribute land or funding for affordable housing projects. Definitely need to put pressure, I think, in that direction. They have so much. Number 6, the city can create a local rent subsidy program to cover households until they receive their federal voucher. And also number 8, tiny home, this isn't 8 for you guys, but tiny home villages. I think that's a great idea, to have tiny home villages. I think it's something we should think about, definitely put into practice, because so many are on the streets still. Stadium full of people still needing affordable housing. The next one, stronger tenant protections, rent control like we've been talking about, anti-gouging rules, and partnering with churches and nonprofits to create community housing trusts. Just some ideas I want to put out there, but some of these things you may be working on, I don't know. But the thing is, more needs to be done definitely, and this is what I know too, if it's not affecting you personally, there's typically much less urgency regarding the issue. Personally, as part of my ministry, I spent 10 years living among the homeless as part of my ministry. I'm a math teacher from Spokane, Washington. I got born again. God called me to live with the homeless over 10 years. Now, I learned so much from that experience. I'm so thankful for it. But I want to encourage the council, maybe spend 3 days to 7 days living among the homeless, pretending you don't have the funding, right, to have a house at this point. And how that's going to affect you, you're definitely going to be a lot more urgent, right, as far as your own housing needs. And maybe it'll help you understand, more importantly, how it affects other people that are still out there, right? It's not a fun place to be. And there's people out there that have been out there for years, and people that are seeking housing. I just talked to a homeless mother that she's out on the streets again. She has 2 kids that go to Western High School. So, and she's out of a place. She's been working with the city trying to get housing. So imagine you have 2 children, not just yourself, but 2 children, right? There's no reason a city like this shouldn't be able to help in that situation. I just really ask the council to consider and take up that challenge, and maybe that'll change your heart. Thanks for letting me share.
Collins, our next speaker, Vern Nelson, followed by Juanita Lopez.
Hello, council, residents, TV land. It's a nice evening, and I should be out getting signatures for rent control in Anaheim, but there are just a few things that need to be said. First, none of us in the public have forgotten about Albert Arzola, and we're not going to forget about him. We all want to know which officer murdered him and if he is one that we have had complaints about in the past, and which officer unnecessarily shot a beanbag round at his friend Emmanuel's head 10 minutes later, giving him a brain injury. We want to see the unedited footage, and we hope to hear that the APD has stopped harassing this grieving family. Second, many of us are very disappointed in the 4 of you who voted to approve the dangerous festival housing up in the hills on the excuse that it's supposedly affordable. It's not affordable. This just looks like another 4-3 vote on a project lobbied for by Kurt Pringle, where the fix is in, where the politicians in the affected area are allowed to vote the right way and not make their neighbors and voters mad because the powerful lobbyist knows he's got enough votes in other areas. That's just how it looks anyway. But I have to make several announcements. 90% of the voters we talked to signed for rent control in Anaheim enthusiastically, and a lot of them thank us for what we're doing. But I keep having people tell me that they already signed a rent control petition outside a store, Walmart or whatever. Well, I looked into that. There are no other rent control petitions out there. It's the paid signature gatherers who make as much as $15 per signature while we're volunteering. They lie and tell people the petition is about rent control because rent control is so popular. People need to look close at what they sign. Tenants United Anaheim has the only rent control petitions. They look like this. And if you're here and you're a registered Anaheim voter and you want to sign, let me know before I leave, please. Other announcements. The Great Anaheim Democrats Club is having a meeting Thursday night. We're going to have Sharon Quirk-Silva. We're going to have Jesse Lopez, who's running for assembly. We might have Vince Sarmiento, and we're going to have the Working Families Party join us. It's going to be a historic meeting with lots of good food and camaraderie. And that's at the Untold Story Bookstore, Thursday night at 7. So I hope you can all come. And then Saturday is a concert. No, actually, it's my concert. But I got lots of great singers and musicians with me. And we'll be doing Rhapsody in Blue, Moonlight Sonata, Beatles, Stones, Chopin, Johnny Cash, Stevie Wonder, Cree Cree, a bunch of No King songs. And that's at the Unitarian Church Saturday at 5. I hope you can come. This is for everybody. All of you, staff, council, regular people, TV land. Thank you. Let me know if anybody wants to sign for rent control. I've got to get out there and get some more signatures. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Juanita Lopez, followed by Christine Lopez.
Do you guys have a microphone you could bring up here? Do you want to use this instead? I can hold it. Would you like me to hold it?
Hi, my name is Juanita Lopez, and I'm calling on behalf of my grandson, Albert Arzola. I don't know why the police shot him. when he had his hands up in the air. I just don't know why he done that. And I want justice for my grandson. Why would he do something like that if he had his hands up in the air? I don't think he was a right person to get picked to be a police officer for doing that to my grandson. How, if he had his hands up, you're gonna shoot him? I don't see why he done that. I can't understand that. That's all I want to say.
Okay, I'm the next speaker. All right, good evening, Anaheim City Council, Mayor, City Manager, staff. I'm here today again in support of demanding justice in the unlawful killing of my nephew, Albert Arzola, from Anaheim, by the Anaheim Police's gang unit. They are an entity that you all oversee. It's not the other way around. The city manager and you as council members and the mayor are the governing body. We, the people, elect the governing body to represent our communities. Where is the leadership? I'm here to ask that the autopsy officers' names and all the camera footage be released. This would be in adherence of state law. Please do not delay our request. We did attend the Anaheim Review Board, and it seems like they want to prevent the community from attending these meetings. At 5:30, family members showed up early, and they stated that the meeting was canceled. And so some of our members came from different counties to attend this event. So I don't know who's in charge of the security, but there's a miscommunication between security, because I even told my family member, get them on the phone, and I talked to them. And so it's unprofessional for you guys to have the security tell the public that the meeting was canceled. So there's a miscommunication there. Luckily, we still showed up, and then the security was on the phone with somebody, and the meeting ended up happening, which was great. We plan to attend the next Anaheim Review Board meeting, which is scheduled on Thursday, April 30th. I did ask the Anaheim Review Board to please let us know 24 hours in advance if there is going to be a cancellation, because we take time off work, and we, with gas prices so high, it's just common courtesy. It's heartbreaking to see the memories posted of Albert's family. They truly have experienced the most horrific event anyone can experience. Albert, the most recent picture that was posted was Albert with a chef uniform at work, wearing an Anaheim Ducks hat, with the highlight that it's been 4 months and the pain is just getting worse. All they want is to have their brother and son back. They will live with this pain forever, and our community will forever remember that this council did nothing to validate those cries and demands for transparency. We hope that this does not happen to another family, but with inaction to address the root of the issue. Statistics show that this is just a matter of time, that it will happen again.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Taxpayers should not be forced to foot the bill for avoidable incidents, yet the lame dunk council
Ma'am, I'm sorry,
continues
your
to
time is up.
prioritize its own agenda.
Thank you.
And our next two speakers, Pearl Arzola. Pearl Arzola. Grace Arzola. Mayor, then we'll move to our general comments. And we have 14 public speaker cards. Our first speaker from general comments, Mark Richard Daniels.
I don't know what I could possibly say, or just being here is to see the Arzola family suffer at each meeting, and it's just like it just happened. Their loss has just happened yesterday. And yet, how it's gone in the past, there's been incidents with the police, and it'll have to go through the court process. And then the city will settle with you. They'll, kind of do that, and then they'll try to place the blame. This has happened. We had the first Zoom, the first police body cam, and it was used in a court case, and it was the first time it had been done since we started. And the victim was a lady from mid-Anaheim, Monique Deckard. And she was found mostly at blame, and then the police were kind of sort of blame. But then they were, paid off the family and kind of made everything go away. But this is one of those things that it happens, and it's going to happen again, unfortunately, down the line. It just, that's human nature. That's the way it's going to be. I'm sorry. I wish there was another way. But my heart goes out to you every time I come here, and I've been coming here for years, since the 70s.
Thank you for validating us.
Yes, and that's the least I can do. I'm just a mere mortal, and I can just pass my heart on to you in the fact that we just had the Easter season, and we still have to be mindful of people that are at loss. And this is the first Easter that you've lost your yes, and it's just a terrible thing, and it'll, I don't know. I don't know what else to add, but my heart breaks every time I hear the stories. Being Irish as I am, I guess it's just we have a way of looking at loss, and it's just right there, and we never let those persons. There's an old saying that as long as you keep them in your heart, they will never truly die. As long as you keep that person right here, they can't ever be taken from you. As long as the family carries on and remembers each birthday and holiday. And I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Tracy Theodore.
Good evening. I'm Tracy Theodore. I'm with the Orange County Family Justice Center and Foundation. I'm here with my colleague, Ms. Crystal Landry. As you know, the Orange County Family Justice Center is a collaboration of agencies and nonprofits that provide resources for survivors of family violence. So for us, that means child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, elder and dependent adult abuse. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, as well as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And so to acknowledge those, we are hosting a resource fair, weather permitting, this Saturday at the Family Justice Center. And so we have over 30 agencies joining us. Our very own Lieutenant Daniel Gonzalez and Sergeant Gus Samayo will be grilling hamburgers and hot dogs for whomever shows up. And we want to thank also Councilmember Maz, Councilmember Kurtz, and Mayor Pro Tem Leon for participating. And we invite the rest of you to please join us. I think it'll be a great morning. The event is from 10 to 2. And so we hope that you will join us. There will be great resources and community. And secondly, this is the 20th year for the Family Justice Center, which is quite a milestone. Actually, October will be the 20th anniversary, and so we will also be hosting a resource fair in October, and more details to follow, of course, but I'm going to tuck that away in your memory so that we hope that you'll join us for that. Anything else? No? Okay, Crystal's my memory. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for the time. And we'll leave flyers. Oops. Sorry.
Our next speaker, Ruben Greg Soto, followed by Jessica Becerra.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. The phrase blind leading the blind, found in Matthew 15:14, where Jesus says, let them alone, the blind leaders of the blind. And if the blind leaders lead the blind, both shall fall into their ditch or pit. Related parable down in Luke 6:39, false prophets. Now, a Bible passage that describes government authority, including law enforcement, police as appointed by God to punish wrongdoers, is found in Romans 13, 1-7. What people are doing to me and not being governed by the Lord, you're being governed by corruption. Everything these cops, Garden Grove, Riverside, the sheriffs, Fullerton PD, Anaheim PD, busting my head because I stand up against for my rights and ladies' rights. So I guess you Bible thumpers are just false prophets making money, pimping God for Father God for cash. But anyway, now ladies, here's a movie you need to watch, Knock Knock with Keanu Reeves. It's a man that loves his wife and kids so much. She goes on vacation to do something, and he's alone, and two young girls has wild time with him because men are weak, but I'm not. Okay, now at Simply Hotel where I'm staying, they mess with my car battery. They've been doing this for years. My family's involved in this crap, taking care of my tires. So I had to buy a battery. They mess around with my coolant. They've been doing stealing things in my hotel room. You know, all those little punk gangsters, they think they're gangsters, that we pay their child support because they ain't man enough to do it, but they keep on going back and out of jail. Little tattoo freaks. And that's why they do this to me. And these cops ain't doing a damn thing about it. They let them get away with it. I called Todd Spitzer's secretary today and told him what they did, and they said, did you call the police? What for? They don't help me. They hate me because I expose everything they are. Matthew 28-6, where angels tell woman at the tomb, Jesus has risen. Wow. Jesus, I think, was a dummy because he died for all our sins. I don't think so. Stephanie gave me these ears at Easter. So I did a YouTube video and put all over the world. I've risen many times, but I ain't dumb enough to get killed for your religion. Many times the cops have took my crap. Many times they arrested me falsely, put me in jail. They did this Christian stuff, what they're doing. I'm way better than Jesus, because I ain't done enough to die for your sins. Have a nice day.
Our next speaker, Jessica Becerra, followed by Olivia.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Jessica Becerra, founder and president of Tree of New America, a 501c3 nonprofit, treeofnewamerica.com. Our mission is to restore stability, dignity, and hope by ensuring access to basic necessities like food is never the reason a family falls behind. We serve not only in moments of crisis, but in everyday struggles that often go unseen. Through our coalition with Mary's Kitchen Pantry and Seeking Him Outreach, we have built a reliable system for consistent food distribution, serving families with care, efficiency, and respect. The face of need has changed. It's no longer just the unhoused, it's working families, parents choosing between rent, gas, and groceries. Households doing everything right, yet still struggling under today's rising cost of living. And I want to be very clear, because we're on the front lines, we are seeing a trend. Families who have never needed help before are now quietly showing up, hoping someone sees them before they fall too far behind. Demand is rising, and it's rising quickly. As rent prices continue to climb, it's pushing more families to the edge. Food insecurity doesn't lag behind the economy, it leads it. What we're experiencing right now is not isolated, and it's not temporary. It's an early indicator of increasing strain in our communities. Through our partners with Councilwoman Betty Martinez Franco in District 5 in Irvine, we've seen what's possible when a city and community organizations come together with intention. We're here to explore the opportunity to work alongside the City of Anaheim, bringing the same level of coordination, care, and consistency to our communities. We have the infrastructure, we have the volunteers, we have the partnerships. We're asking for an alignment to bring these resources into your city and serve the communities proactively, because we're not just responding to need, we're preparing for what's coming. Thank you for your time and opportunity to serve alongside you.
Our next speaker,
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Olivia Howdigi. I have lived in Anaheim my entire life. I am 19 years old, and I'm here today to speak about the values we live by in Anaheim, the city of kindness. My family and I are actively involved in our community. We participate in local cleanups, the Halloween parade, support small businesses, and enjoy walking down Center Street to visit the farmers market. So when my sister was hired at a local bakery called Okayama, we were excited for her, but that excitement was short-lived. My sister Adela is a brain cancer survivor. She has undergone 13 brain surgeries and 9 years of chemotherapy. Because of everything she's been through, she faces some challenges. One of her arms is weaker, and she may occasionally need help with small tasks. But she is capable, determined, and willing to work. When she was hired, she was open and honest about the accommodations she might need. Despite that, 7 months later, she was let go. The reason given was that they couldn't accommodate her disability any longer. I'm here today because I'm frustrated, not just as a community member, but as her sister. I want to see Adela succeed. I want to have her independence, and it's disheartening that a local business and a city that prides itself on kindness couldn't find a way to support someone with a disability. My sister is not defined by what she can't do. She is defined by everything she has overcome and everything she still has to offer. Too often, society defines disability by what a person cannot do, rather than recognizing their potential and unique perspectives. Let us move beyond mere accommodations and focus on true inclusion, where Adela's talents are utilized, her perspectives are welcome, and our rights are respected. Adela deserves to own her space, to be seen for her abilities, and to be valued for who she is. We are so proud of you, Adela, and thank you for everyone who came to support Adela and I tonight.
our next speaker, Mark Herbert, followed by G. Price.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I support the Arzola family, and I'm going to do what I can and increase my efforts to help you out as best I can. I don't know how, but I'll try. Thank you. I'd like to speak on fireworks at Disneyland tonight. Fireworks at Disneyland began in 1958, just 3 years after the park opened. During the late 80s and early 90s, Disneyland transitioned to regular nightly fireworks shows, moving from occasional entertainment into a consistent ongoing operation. For more than 67 years, fireworks have been launched over this same area of Anaheim. Let's assume the fireworks were launched on the average of 150 nights per year over the past 67 years. This works out to over 10,000 nights of Disneyland fireworks. And this doesn't take into the account the number of seasons that the Angels have been launching their Saturday night fireworks. This isn't an isolated problem. This is regional, and it's been happening repeatedly for generations. There are hundreds of thousands of residents living within the fallout zone, not just in Anaheim, but across the neighboring cities of Santa Ana, Garden Grove, Fullerton, and Orange. Residents have filed complaints with the AQMD. Dennis Fitzgerald, he filed one 22 years ago. But this is just not an air issue. This is a public health issue involving potential impacts of drinking water, soil, and our neighborhoods. Right now, no agency is evaluating the full picture. AQMD looks at air, the water boards look at the groundwater. No one is connecting the dots. The LA Times attempted to do so back on July 3rd, 2010. It fell on deaf ears here in Anaheim. This gap doesn't protect the residents or the council. It creates liability. Perchlorates pose a serious thyroid threat. Perchlorates aren't required for the launch. They are required to provide the intensity and brightness of the displays that Disneyland is noted for. Is the OC Vibe aware of this problem? Are they going to stand quietly by as the city holds its hands and doesn't do anything? It reminds me of the case of the Wyndham Hotel, where it took the city 27 years to figure out that 35 additional rooms were additionally added. And they didn't find it, it was the state stepping in. Are we going to need the state to step in to do an investigation of the fireworks? Have you confirmed, based on data, that fireworks
Mr.
are not
Herbert, your time
impacting
is
our
up.
drinking water?
Our next speaker, G. Price.
Council members, residents have reported soot and debris from fireworks falling into their neighborhoods for years. And historically, Disneyland itself paid to clean up that debris from a nearby mobile home community year after year until COVID hit. So we have to ask the obvious question. If there's nothing harmful in the firework fallout, why was cleanup necessary? And why did it stop? Because the firework fallout certainly hasn't stopped. The only thing that has changed is Disneyland has stopped paying to clean it up. And this isn't hypothetical, this is visible. This is repeated, and this is documented by the people living there. Residents wiping residue off their homes, their cars, their outdoor furniture, ash and debris collecting in patios, playgrounds, walkways, settling into areas where families live, children play, and people spend every day. This is not a one-time occurrence. This is night after night, year after year exposure in the same communities, the same environmental justice communities that are impacted with zero enforcement of environmental laws. There has been no public explanation of what the debris contains, no testing shared with any resident, and no long-term evaluation of where all this debris ends up. Residents see it, they smell it, they are breathing it in. But if Disneyland controls Anaheim, this issue continues to be conveniently overlooked.
Our next speaker.
Mayor and council members, my name is Tom Fielder. My wife and I have lived in Anaheim since 1984, and we raised our 3 kids here. We are aware that Disney made changes to their fireworks in 2004, replacing traditional gunpowder launches with compressed air systems. Yes, that reduced noise. Yes, it reduced visible smoke. But it did not eliminate black powder, and it did not eliminate pollution from fireworks fallout. As mentioned earlier, the colors you see in fireworks come from metal-based compounds. For example, red fireworks use strontium, which can accumulate in bone tissue and cause respiratory irritation. Blue fireworks contain copper, which can form toxic byproducts and cause lung irritation and inflammation. And it is associated with something called metal fume fever. White fireworks use aluminum, magnesium, and titanium, which generate large amounts of fine particulate matter and can embed in lung tissues and cause long-term neurological concerns. Green fireworks contain barium, which is a toxic heavy metal, affects heart rhythm, muscle function, and can impact the nervous system. When fireworks detonate, these materials are converted into fine particulate matter, specifically particles that are less than 2.5 microns in diameter. These particles are small enough to actually enter the bloodstream from the lungs. Air quality studies consistently show that fireworks events cause sharp spikes in these fine particulate matter, often many times above normal background conditions. But the issue doesn't stop in the air. These particles settle out of the air over time onto homes, vehicles, soil, vegetation, streets, and water sources. From there, contaminants can move through runoff and infiltration pathways and enter groundwater recharge systems. Some contaminants, such as perchlorate, can accumulate in groundwater for decades. It is a multi-pathway exposure issue: inhalation, surface deposition, and water contamination. Residents don't just see the pretty colors. They are exposed to the toxic components through multiple routes. Heavy metals, perchlorate, and other toxic byproducts disperse, settle, and accumulate over time. So let's be clear, the 2004 change reduced one part of the problem, but it did not eliminate particulate emissions, heavy metal deposition, or long-term exposure pathways. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Stephanie Mercadante, followed by Mike Robbins and Janine Robbins.
Council members, we already know Anaheim has drinking water concerns. The city has 15 drinking water wells, yet only 7 are currently active. One of those wells, well 39, contains perchlorate, a chemical commonly associated with fireworks, and it is no longer used for regular drinking water. Perchlorate is toxic. It affects thyroid function, affects children's growth and development, interferes with fetal brain development. And the source of that contamination has not been clearly explained to the public. We know that people are exposed through drinking water, contaminated groundwater, and food grown in contaminated soil. At the same time, Anaheim has had decades of nightly fireworks, actually releasing similar compounds into the environment. We are asking a simple question. Has the city ruled fireworks out as a contributing source? If not, then you have a responsibility to investigate. If you don't investigate, it's a failure to act. When a city knows a contaminant is present, knows it is harmful, and knows a potential source is operating every single night, refusing to investigate is not a neutral position. It leaves residents without answers. It leaves families unsure of what they are drinking, what their children are exposed to, and what the long-term risks are being ignored. A regulated toxic chemical is already in Anaheim's water system. That is a fact. And a long-running environmental source exists in this city that is never publicly ruled out. Those two realities deserve more than dismissal. They require answers. Residents should not have to fight for basic clarity about their own water. The city should not be relying on assumptions or dismissals when the issue involves a regulated toxic chemical. If the city believes fireworks are not contributing, then the city should be able to demonstrate that with actual data. If the city cannot demonstrate that, then the only responsible step is to investigate. Anaheim families deserve transparency, they deserve answers grounded in evidence, and they deserve leadership that treats water quality as a matter of public health, not public relations.
Our next speaker, Mike Robbins, then Janine Robbins.
Makes you not want to drink the water or breathe the air, especially your kids who are downwind, Natalie. City Council, Disney invites us to wish upon a star but this is about a chemical rain over Anaheim. Residents have already filed complaints with the AQMD about the fireworks. And yet, time and again, the issue was dismissed, minimized, or ignored. At the last meeting, concerns about water quality were quickly denied by this council without evidence, without data, and without investigation. This is the problem. Perchlorate. Did you know perchlorate, it's called the thyroid assassin. It interferes with thyroid production. It's in the air we breathe, in the soil, the water we drink, and in long-term cumulative exposure. You know, even when I brush my teeth, usually I'll swallow some water while I'm brushing my teeth. I don't even swallow the water anymore. I just have a bottle of water next to me that I'll use for that. I think they mentioned it. AQMD looks at air. Water boards look at groundwater, and no one is connecting the dots. You're responsible for this community. That means you have a duty, not an option. The fireworks impact our water, our air, and our health. Health implications, they include you, your family, and your neighbors, and everyone else under the fallout and beyond. Kurt Pringle in 2002 said we could have an impact in public service, and we've been coming to the meetings since then. Also, I'd like to say that we do leave early now, but we do watch the meetings on TV, usually tomorrow. And I want to say it one more time, if I can open my piece of paper. I'll need help if one of you can help me. Perchlorate. It's called the thyroid assassin. I mean, that's just an incredible thought that's in our water and the air we breathe. And there are other types of production now, including drones that can put on great shows. And your service would be required to help in this particular matter. Thank you.
It's time to set aside the plastic mouse ears for a moment, and let's talk about perchlorates. So to recap, you have decades of nightly fireworks resulting in perchlorates in the water system, and hundreds of thousands of residents and tourists are in the fallout zone every single night. And before you deny the perchlorates, Well 39 has them, and I dare you to prove me wrong. My point is that not one of you has given the health of your constituents or the tourists a second thought. If you had, you would know the answers to the questions that you were just asked. If you cared at all, you would have already initiated studies to ensure that we are safe. And if we weren't safe, you would take meaningful action to make us safe, right? So, council, can you without hesitation say that we are safe from firework fallout? The answer to that question is a resounding no, because you don't know, because you've never asked, because you're sitting up there because Disney bought those seats for you. We don't know is not an acceptable answer. So here is the ask. City of Anaheim residents are formally requesting that this item be agendized for discussion and direction for the following. Number one, initiate a cross-agency investigation. Include the EPA, the AQMD, the Water Board, OC Healthcare Agency, so we can see the prevalence of certain diseases in certain areas, and independent environmental consultants that are not influenced by you or by Disney's so-called experts. You need to provide a public timeline and reporting on the results of these studies. Because if you don't lead this, others will. Regulators will, the media certainly will, and potentially the courts will. The community is watching, and we expect action.
Next speaker, Tim Bybar.
People get sick and die. Oh, because of the decision you made, Ashley.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Bibar, and thank you for having me. I live in Anaheim, so I'm part of the big Anaheim family, including you. I have a smaller request compared to all these very serious issues. I'm a disabled senior citizen, and I had a small event to go to the police department at the Anaheim Police Department, beautiful building. And I was there, I think, 10 years ago. And as I was driving up maybe a couple of weeks ago, I noticed that since I'm handicapped, I tried to get a handicap parking. The whole parking lot is you can't see the paint. I know it's a small thing compared to what we're talking about. But I went inside and I took care of the business. And I was asking the officers that, hey, is there any way maybe you guys can repaint the parking? Because I don't even know where to park. Even police officers, they were all crooked and nobody knew. Literally, you can't see, not even a single line. So they said, unfortunately, it's not there's nothing we can do about it. They told me to come to the council meeting and mention it to you. And basically, if you could maybe find a way to repaint the parking lot. It's about 3,000 square feet, maybe about 10, 12 parking. But I came from Europe, Budapest, Hungary, and wherever I travel the world, if I mention Anaheim, literally everybody knows where Anaheim is. So it's like, because Disneyland. And I was just thinking, if visitors come and visit our beautiful city, and they see the kind of a pothole, rundown parking lot, it's maybe for our how would I say, I'm very prideful to live in Anaheim, so if you could just consider it, because the police officers couldn't do anything about it. I know it's a small thing, so.
And were you at the station on Harbor, the main station?
Yes, as you drive in,
Okay, we'll look into it. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you with that.
No, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
Next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. I noticed that, Ashley, you keep saying process, which is just kind of what you want to do. There's due process, which is, Ashley, I'm up here, the speakers, back on the meds and the indifference I see. Well, it's a shame you talk about due process, or you always say process. That's your process. There's due process, and we brought you laws, facts, and evidence, and you don't want to follow that. You just want to do what you want to do, which is the process. You process. It's a shame at the last meeting I asked you a question. You had promised to meet with me. You made that a public invitation in front of the chief of police and 50 members of the public. And then you just sit there and stare off into the corner. You don't actually schedule the appointment. You don't even acknowledge it. And when I asked you about it the last meeting, there was this 30 seconds. I've spent all year being very nice to you, very polite, and very professional. And it's a shame because that 30 seconds right there, you ignore an Anaheim police officer for 30 seconds, you end up with a hole in your head. And it's a shame because The only reason why that happens is because you keep allowing it to happen. I've invited you and given you the opportunity to have information to make sure that that doesn't happen. All of these protests, the death, all of this excitement, even the fireworks, if you follow due process, then you don't have these problems. It almost feels like you want to have somebody come down here and protest. Or even more extremely, maybe your leader, the person who whispers in your ear and tells you what to do, maybe they want you gone. They want somebody to come down here and express themselves all over you, and then you're gone. It's amazing. If you follow due process, if you respect us, live up to those statements that you make at the meeting, this would be very different. You still have an opportunity to meet with me, make these changes. Happy day.
Our next speaker.
Kualititaki, good afternoon. I'm under the weather. Thank you, Natalie, for showing up for the familia, the family, you know, the father that passed away. Prayers to your family. You guys have been there strong, todos los días, supporting our community. I wish we can give that family a footage of what happened, because that's what they're requesting. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Mayor, for being there at that protest, anti-King's Day protest. The other thing I want to say is, yes, also give the Arzola some more answers and the footage of what happened. And the last is, I want to thank the city and the people that are watching of all colors of the human race. As I have my YouTube channel, I see that they are listening to the message of there is no water, and they're changing their grass and putting desert plants. Thank you so much for putting your desert plants. We need water. There's no water. And I think it's important that we go back to the decolonizing, not just the school name of the colonists, because that's going to get changed. It's going to get abolished, but also the landscape. It's very important to change the landscape. We did not have that grass before 1857. 1857, that came after, and even before 1848 Treaty Guadalupe Hidalgo. This is all stolen land, and no one's illegal on stolen land. And ICE, no more of that. Congressman Lou Correa and Janet Brown, you got to speak to Congressman Lou Correa at the No King's Day protest. I'm really excited that at least Vern's wife, Donna, got to tell Congressman Lou Correa, you're a straight fucking liar. That's just the way she feels, and justice for her son too. But on all behalf of the alumni of class of '98, I remember telling him, hey, don't forget that your ancestors wear huaraches or moccasins too. I know you might call yourself Hispanic or Latino, but we're not Hispanics. Hispanics are people from Spain, Hernán Cortés, a conquistador, a rapist, a child molester. They'll deal with them child molester chomos in prison, believe me. Some murals came down, it's okay. We didn't have the permits, miscommunication, it's all right. But we'll still keep painting murals with permits. And thank you, Natalie, for accepting that mural, the first one that we did with the Lakota Native American. I'm wearing a t-shirt with an American flag, and sadly, it's a Native American with Jesus Christ, not just Jesus Christ, but Native Americans, we've been hung for 500 years on stolen land. This land we stand on is Tongva, Hutugna, and the police is still shooting us. And the police is the root of the Ku Klux Klan. And I think it's time that we say that. I know the Statue of Liberty will be hit. Iran will attack us, China. The Hopi say a flag with the star and the moon will attack America. So be ready for that. Save some water. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Grace Arzola.
Good afternoon, Grace Arzola. I'm the Anne of Albert Arzola. I wasn't here like 2 weeks ago because I was at the Vatican, and I attended Palm Sunday Mass, and the Pope's message really resonated with me because it said, God don't listen to the prayers of those that have blood in their hands. My nephew did not deserve to die that day. There has to be a change in policy. I was able to review the video, and I'm able to see that one of the officers is holding him by the hoodie and the other one shot him in the head. And just so you guys know, we had an open casket, so that shot to the head was not in front of him, it was on his back. And while I was hearing it, I felt like my soul was getting crushed, and I wish I would be able to see all the videos, but 10 minutes in, my heart felt like a ton on top of it, just a ton. And what shocked me more was when, and maybe it's trauma that blocks some part of it, but when I heard the other officer ask the guy, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm okay." I really wanted to say, how can you ask if you're okay? You just killed someone. Within 30 seconds, you tore apart all our family, and you're gonna ask someone, "Are you okay?" I hope he's not okay. I hope he finds peace and finds God, so God could forgive him for his sins, because he killed someone. My nephew did not pose any threat to them. My nephew was walking into the home, was dragged by his hoodie and shot at the back of his head. That is not okay. You guys have to hold those that you guys give power accountable. Again, we're not anti-police. We're not, but we are pro-accountability. We have to, if we're gonna give someone power, we have to hold them accountable. There has to be a way. Yesterday was 4 months since he died. We still don't have the names of the officers that committed this murder, because it's a murder. And I invite you guys to get a copy of the video from the chief of police so you guys could watch it. And what broke my heart even worse was when they said he has a faint pulse and life-saving measures stopped, but I never saw the paramedics come and help him. For me, that's just heartbreaking, knowing that his life could have been saved had the Anaheim PD had better training, or this whole incident could have been avoided. There was no reason for that police officer to run out of an unmarked vehicle with a gun chasing kids, because they're kids. We know that their brain is not developed until they're 25, their front lobe, which is a decision maker. So I want you guys to really find it in your heart to hold these officers accountable for what they did, and what they continue to do. And I ask for you guys to please watch the video so you guys could feel and get a sense of what we're going through. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Our next speaker.
I just honestly want to, first and foremost, give my condolences to the family of the tragic accident that occurred on Lincoln. It's unfortunate that those cops were definitely chasing that car, because there's no way that a car is gonna go that fast on that main street. They were fearing for their lives. The cops, you can ask anybody. There was people outside. They even said, I seen a person talk and say that the cops were chasing that guy. The sirens were not on or anything. So what are you guys gonna do with all of these people? You guys have another family that is mourning the loss that a life shouldn't have taken. And all you guys are right here sitting, getting checks by Disneyland. And I'm pretty sure if that water that you guys are drinking right now was, had chlorine in it, would you be drinking it? No. Do you guys drink the water that's in your houses? Probably not. You guys probably have filter water, because I do. I have filter water because I don't trust the water in Anaheim at all. You guys need to step up your game and fix what we have been begging you to fix. We've been begging you to fix Anaheim PD, the water system, the affordable housing, everything, and you guys haven't done anything besides get your little checks from the freaking mouse. That's all you guys been doing, is getting the checks from the mouse and letting, you think people are okay with the fireworks? The fireworks, everybody hates them. Honestly, everybody hates the smell, everybody hates the sound of them. People have really bad PTSD, and hearing those fireworks sound, they don't make you happy. We don't care about Disneyland. What does Disneyland do for us? Disneyland doesn't do nothing for us. Does it fix our water? No. Does it help us? No. Disneyland is just another source of income that you guys have. If it wasn't for Disneyland, none of you guys would be here at all, because Disneyland appoints people in Anaheim Council so they could do whatever they want. You guys are just little puppets.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dave Zenger. I live in Anaheim. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I came to see the goings-on. I haven't been here for a while. But then it dawned on me I did want to get up and speak about justice and the various kinds of justices that there are. Now, we all know money basically pollutes politics. And we all know that as long as the public safety unions have political action committees, they're going to swamp everybody else out. The other interest, of course, is Disney and the resort. I'm not going to get into that. I will say this, though, about the fireworks. This was a pet peeve of mine, and I kept bringing it up at the Disney supplemental EIR hearing a couple of years ago, and I was serially ignored by your staff at the time and by your consultant at the time, who told me that fireworks are not part of the original EIR and therefore were not necessary to address, even though it was a new use. Now, anyone driving down the 5 freeway or north on the 5 freeway at 9:50 will see a vast cloud hovering over the freeway and Anaheim and following whichever wind current happens to be pushing that debris, burnt heavy metal falling on your constituents, District 3, District 4 in particular, where I happen to live. It's just inconceivable to me, absolutely inconceivable how this could be permitted. Are there permits? Did Disney ever get a permit? AQMD tried to shut down fire pits at the beach. What are they doing? And who cares? Does anybody care? I don't know. I don't think anyone in City Hall cares. They didn't care when I brought it up at the supplemental meeting as an unconsidered impact. I mean, at the very least, you can do some kind of process where you can find out who authorized this use and why you aren't doing something about it, if there in fact is no authorization. I mean, to me, it's really simple. This is not complicated, and it's been going on forever. And I have 38 seconds left, and I will dedicate that to the gods of the building.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive electronic comments. We received 14 general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website, which can be found at anaheim.net/public comment.
Thank you. We will now close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. Are there any council members with items to share? Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of slides. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Ganita Lane neighborhood. Folks came out along with our APD, community services, and code enforcement, walked the neighborhood, picked up trash, pointed out broken sidewalks, particularly in the alleys in the area, talked about problems with homeless, painted the trash cans. It was a good morning, and I want to thank not only the departments that went out, but thank the residents that went out to help. One of the truly great moments there was community services had a bike that they were giving in a drawing for the residents that helped out. A young man won the bike, but he gave it to a little girl who had helped her mom pick up trash. It was very heartwarming, and a neighborhood coming together to take care of their own neighborhood was inspiring to us all. So thank you to the Gunita Lane residents and to, again, public code enforcement, PD, and community services. Next one. This one is also very special. The folks holding the certificates are graduates from the SBDC EATS program. This is a program, it's about a 6-week program, both in person and online, and this one happened to be in Spanish and English, where folks can learn how to start their own businesses. There were some moms there that I knew who had made things for their neighbors, for family parties, who all of a sudden thought, you know, maybe I could start a business. And so they learned how to get appropriate permits, how to go on social media, how to price their products, how to advertise their products. A wonderful celebration for those graduates and our own Economic Development Department, who is bringing this to our residents for free. No cost to them to participate. Thank you for Cal State Fullerton for helping with that, and the Small Business Administration. And again, congratulations to all of the graduates.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Moss, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I get started with my slide, I want to say to the Arzola family, you have not heard the words come from my mouth that I am sorry for the loss of your family member. So we do have active investigations, but you have not heard that come from my mouth, so I'm sorry. I do have 2 slides to share. I want to thank our staff. On March 3rd, a request was made to take a look at how Anaheim can better support autistic individuals and families. And I want to thank our city staff for being so responsive and helping to move this work forward. Some of this work has been in place for a while, such as sensory story times, but we see multiple departments contributing towards this effort in a very meaningful way. One example is at our golf courses, where sensory support kits are now available and extra tea time at boxes is allowed when needed. We also see sensory kits in our libraries, quiet spaces at programs and events, and this year headphones will be available at concerts in the park. This work extends beyond our residents. I want to acknowledge Visit Anaheim and the work that they're doing and have done to become a certified autism center. They are working with hotels and attractions to expand staff training and to make Anaheim more inclusive for visitors as well as residents. There is more work that we are doing. I look forward to sharing more announcements soon, but we know that 1 in 36 children are diagnosed with autism. These small changes can make a really big difference for their families. And just again, I wanted to say I appreciate the work that our city staff is doing. Next slide, please. I also wanted to share that starting this month, I will be hosting Cleanup with Your Council Member. So the 4th Saturday of every month from 9 to 10, we will be doing a community cleanup. Supplies are available if needed. We just ask that you wear closed-toed shoes. For our first meeting on April 25th, we'll be meeting at Pioneer Park, and we'll be cleaning along Sunkist and the area around the park. So actually, one of my earliest childhood memories is putting up signs around that park that said, please don't litter. So this is really a full circle moment for me. So thank you for the privilege to serve our community. That's all I have.
You, Natalie?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. And while our city clerk puts up the slides that we have, I just want to recognize the fact that I have the honor of representing 50,000 residents in the city of Anaheim and District 3. And I ask my council colleagues, as well as those here today, to bear with me because we have a lot of updates since our last council meeting was more than 3 weeks ago, and we've had a significant amount of activity in our district. But the thing I would like to start with is congratulations to the incredible Anaheim Police Department running teams who competed in the Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup Relay. Your dedication, grit, and teamwork continue to make our community proud. Anaheim PD currently has 420 sworn personnel, including 42 sworn women, representing 10% of the workforce. This team, for the first time, had 2 women representing runners. So I just wanted to highlight them as well as the entire team, and I know Chief Sid is here as well. But the Anaheim Elite team placed first in their category and 5th overall, earning the title of the fastest team in Orange County, an extraordinary accomplishment, especially for a department that is not the largest in this region. Notably, this marked the first time ever that 2 sworn females, like I mentioned, competed on the Elite team. So I will also be requesting that we bring them in for recognition at the end of this meeting. Sadly, I also wanted to recognize the fact that a sworn police officer also passed away during the Baker to Vegas run due to medical complications, and I will be asking that we close the meeting in his memory, but wanted to highlight Deputy Levi Vargas, who was only 30 years old and was competing in that race and unfortunately passed away. On a lighter note, I also wanted to highlight a 100-year-old resident who we will be requesting to bring into council at the end of this meeting, Irving Schwartz. We had the opportunity to honor him on his birthday, and I was joined by our Chief of Fire, Pat Russell, for this recognition. So I just wanted to recognize all of the history that he brings to our city, and hopefully we'll be able to bring him into council to congratulate him on his 100 years, his century in our city, and the amount of work he still does. He's pretty spunky, so I hope at 100 I'm just as spunky as he is. I know that somebody mentioned that April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, so I also wanted to recognize a couple things, and I know I mentioned this briefly last week, last meeting, but this deserves additional detail. In response to community concerns following sexual assault that took place on March 3rd, right here on Lincoln in my district, many of our departments came together, including our police department, public utilities, public works, and our homeless assessment liaison officers. They increased patrols in the area for proactive engagement in that area where a 14-year-old was assaulted along with her mother. I know our chief recently acknowledged a public works employee, Mr. Sanchez, who stayed on the scene and helped the family during this process and was also able to provide some evidence towards capturing or arresting the person who caused the incident. But this incident did occur on Lincoln and Olive Street. Our HALO personnel continues to make additional outreach, and I appreciate all of the response that we've received there. These environmental improvements combined with continued patrols and outreach are intended to reduce opportunities for criminal activity in the area. So I also want to recognize public utilities because we have enhanced the lighting and the next slide will show some of that. So we've enhanced the lighting, so now we have better LED lighting that goes along Lincoln. I know that there's a lot of people who utilize this area to walk, and it's a pretty long stretch that does get a lot of fast traffic in this area. So thank you to our police department, who also staged a police car camera in the area to capture any additional activity and to continue the response that we've been able to give to the community as a result of this issue. So those are the lights, and thank you to Public Utilities, Public Works, and our police department for their quick response to this issue, and to the Family Justice Center because they have provided support to the mother and the daughter who were impacted. The young lady attended Anaheim High School and is a freshman there, so nobody should have to endure something like this. It was broad daylight, 3 o'clock. So thank you to the Public Works employee. I think I saw him here a little while ago for his swift response, because if you see something, you should always say something. I also wanted to mention the Crown Motel is a motel in our city that is in District 3 right off of La Palma near La Palma Park. And it was a very impacted motel. We were able to purchase it as a city, and we have turned it into housing to rehabilitate some of our more challenged residents in our district. So I want to thank everybody who came out to help enhance the way it looks, beautify it by not only painting it, but also planting flowers and just helping some of the residents that were there. So thank you to our interim city manager, Greg Garcia, and the many employees who were there, including many of our communications team. I also want to highlight, but first I will mention, unfortunately, on March 31st at about 12:45 a.m., there was a tragic accident right here on Lincoln and Anaheim Boulevard that unfortunately took the life of 2 individuals. Alberto Viveros Piedra, which I believe his family is here with us today. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize and honor the life of Alberto, a man whose legacy is deeply rooted in a family, hard work, and community. Mr. Piedra was a devoted father to 12 children, a proud grandfather, 30 grandchildren, and great-grandfather to 5. His family was the center of his life, and that love extended far beyond his immediate circle to everyone fortunate enough to know him. For nearly 5 decades, he built his life here in Orange County, working as a plating technician and earning a reputation for his strong work ethic, dedication, and meaningful relationships he formed along the way here in our county. Even after retiring in August of 2025 at the age of 70, he continued working full of energy, purpose, and commitment. That says everything about the kind of man he was. His passing is a tremendous loss, not only to his family, but to the broader community. And I did have the opportunity to attend one of the rosaries right here outside, and I just want to send my condolences to you and your family. And I will ask the mayor to close the meeting in Alberto's honor tonight. We honor his life, his legacy, and the love that you all have for him. So thank you for being with us tonight, and we are sorry for your loss and praying for your family during this very difficult time. Also, in this same accident, we lost a local student who was 14 years old and a freshman at Anaheim High School, where I attended. Andrew Joseph Sanchez was the passenger in the other car. I also just want to honor Andrew and ask the mayor to close the meeting in his honor as well. He has a sister who also attends Grand Canyon University in Arizona, and is survived by his mother and his father as well. So tragically, another innocent life lost in this unfortunate accident that took place on March 31st at 12:45 a.m. And to the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren that are here tonight, you guys will make sure that your grandfather's legacy lives on. So thank you for being here. And then this is the last thing, I promise. So we did have a public commenter who came in here tonight to talk about being terminated unexpectedly due to a disability. And I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I'm working with Sergio Ramirez from Economic Development. And I have to recognize the fact that in Anaheim, we believe a thriving community includes everyone. People with disabilities deserve more than access. They deserve opportunities, dignity, and the chance to fully participate in the fabric of our city. When someone is told we can no longer accommodate your disability, the impact doesn't end with job loss. It can affect confidence, stability, and long-term well-being. That's why we are working alongside our economic development and workforce development teams to build meaningful resources for both employers and employees that support inclusive hiring, retention, and workplace success. So I want to thank Sergio Ramirez for staying on top of this issue and making sure that we're responsive. Although this is a private employer issue, it's still something that is important, and we need to make sure that we have resources available for our employers and employees to take advantage of. Because in Anaheim, we invest in people regardless of their abilities. We build a stronger, more compassionate, and more resilient Anaheim. So I just want to recognize the young lady who lives in my district who attended on behalf of her sister, but this is an ongoing issue, and I just want to encourage employers to take opportunities to find resources that are available to help train not only the individuals who have a disability, but also the team members that are working with them who may not understand how to accommodate or to work alongside people who need extra help. So there are resources here that I will be posting, as well as I mentioned, working with our economic development and workforce development departments to address some of these concerns. And with that, that concludes my council communications.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Mayor Pro Tem Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a difficult few days for our community. And so I wanted to also ask you to adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Mark Trejo. Mark was a 2018 graduate of Servite High School here in Anaheim. He was tragically killed in a car accident when his vehicle was hit by a suspect fleeing police. His girlfriend, Jennifer Alejandra Loera Zarco, and their unborn child also perished in the crash. The couple was just weeks away from welcoming their first baby. Mark, whose nickname was Tiger, was a standout soccer player while at Servite, twice earning all Trinity League honors, playing a key role in 4 Trinity League championships. He also volunteered for the school's ministry to feed the homeless in our community, all while maintaining a part-time job at In-N-Out. Mark went on to play at Vanguard University, where he earned a degree in business administration, followed by an MBA from Hope International University. He is survived by his father, Tony Trejo, his mother, Sandra Saldivar Trejo, and his younger brother, Rocky, who is also a 2024 graduate of Servite High School. I want to extend my condolences to all who knew them, to the entire Servite family. Everybody who knew them are in our prayers. And if we could adjourn in their memory, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to share a couple of items and thank our team and staff that assembled for the groundbreaking of Phase 2 of OC Vibe. Anyone that has driven around that area for the last couple of years has seen so much occurring and going on. So it was really nice to welcome the Samueli family as well as other local statewide leaders and council to kick off the Phase 2, which will be the front of the OC Vibe. Hopefully, we will be in the playoffs for the Ducks soon and clinch that, but it's going to be a little bit of dust as they keep expanding and keep growing, but it's going to be a beautiful project when they're finished. And I always love listening to the Samueli family talk about how this project is coming in quicker than expected and under budget because of their positive experience using all union labor. So thank you to the team that joined us in making this happen. Next, I would like to report with Big City Mayors. I went up to Sacramento for a lobbying day. This picture is with some of the Big City Mayors, is a group of 13 mayors in California that represent the largest cities in California that usually share the burden of some of the most complex issues in the state. Everything from public safety to homelessness to affordable housing, et cetera. This specific trip was to advocate for HAP funding, which is our homelessness assistance funding. We are hoping to make it into the state budget again. This is the program and this is the funding that help us do things from transitioning motels for our transitional age youth to buying home key projects like the ones we've done on Beach Boulevard, as well as supports our services from the Salvation Army to our HALO team, et cetera. So it is really important funding that, since most of these issues get pushed onto cities with no funding to come with it, it's really important that we advocate to make sure that we are going in the right direction and we don't lose the funding and have to close some of the programs we've worked so hard to get in place. Next, I wanted to thank the Public Utilities team and Dooku Lee for inviting me and the other female council members to his Bright Girls program. This is during their spring break. A big group of girls came to spend time at the center, learn about careers in STEM, learn about science in their own backyard, and take use of our amazing sustainability center, which is just a hidden gem off Olive Street. So thank you to all the girls that participated, and thanks to the team at Public Utilities for trying to recruit the next group of female engineers into our public utilities and our city. Last, I wanted to congratulate the owner, Saul, at Biani Cafe. They just celebrated their 3rd anniversary. I had a picture of our economic development director, Sergio, and his family joined my husband and I at this wonderful event to celebrate this amazing family-owned restaurant that has the best Café de Ola around, and hopefully many more years of success in our community. So that is it for council communications. And I am now going to turn it over to our Deputy City Manager for any update.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, we've recently seen a number of projects go vertical and begin to take shape throughout the city. One more project that we're excited to see move forward is the future Anaheim Porsche dealership. I'm pleased to report that Porsche broke ground on off-site improvements for the project last week, and construction is officially underway. The site is on Lincoln Avenue, just immediately west of the I-5 freeway. This land sat vacant for many years and was certainly a challenge to develop, but now we expect to see the future dealership beautify the area, as well as bring significant new revenues for our residents and community. We're looking forward to the partnership with this family-owned business and are happy to welcome another auto dealership to our city. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy City Manager. We're now going to address the City Council consent calendar. Items 1 through 13 are before us. Are there any members of the council who wish to pull items for further discussion? I'm going to be, well, here, I'll go ahead. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull items 3 and 6.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Maas.
I'd like to pull item number 10.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Leon.
Number 4, please.
Thank you. And I'm going to be pulling item 11. So with that, can I have someone make a motion to move the balance?
I'll move.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The consent calendar also included the adoption ordinance number 6624, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Anaheim repealing and replacing Chapter 10.24 Water System Cross Connections of the Anaheim Municipal Code to align local and state mandated public water systems cross-section control requirements. And this also concludes determination that the amendment is not subject to CEQA because the action does not constitute a project within the CEQA guidelines, California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Chapter 3, Sections 15060 C2 through 3 and 15378, in that its regulatory and administrative action does not approve, commit Anaheim to, or result in any physical changes to the environment, and that to the extent of the action could be considered a project and exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you very much. So the first item pulled was item number 3. Would you like a staff report, council member?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to our Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. I'll ask our Public Works Director, Rudy Amami, to present.
It's great, and I'll pass it over to our Principal Planning Manager, Joe Alcott.
Thanks, Rudy. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Joe Alcock, Principal Transportation Planner here in the Public Works Department. As you all are aware, the ATID was established in 2010 with the stated goal of promoting local tourism, convention-related programs, as well as transportation improvements both in the resort and Platinum Triangle. ATID operates under general oversight of the council through its management plan. The ATID Marketing Component Fund is overseen by Visit Anaheim, who is also here tonight and also has a presentation. And the Transportation Component Fund is overseen by the ATID Transportation Committee. Every year, both of these component funds are required to submit annual reports for the prior fiscal year for City Council review and approval, which is the basis of the staff report tonight. And these reports focus on general financial reporting for the programs as well as project updates. On the next few slides, I'll cover the key components of the transportation piece, and then I'll hand things over to Tom and Visit Anaheim. The Transportation Component Fund annual report for fiscal year 24-25 was approved by the ATID Transportation Committee in late January and then approved by the ATID Advisory Board at the end of February. The sort of key high-level data in the report include the annual report this year reported on 9 active projects that were funded by the ATID for transportation funds. The transportation fund came in at $8.5 million, with expenditures coming in at $2.5 million. There were outstanding encumbrances in the amount of $9.5 million, and then at the end of the fiscal year, a closing balance of $23.5 million. I do have project updates I can get into if you'd like that, or, okay. Real quick, there's 9 projects, as I mentioned. The first one is the changeable message sign update. The goal here was to update 11 existing signs with new technology, new equipment, and connection to our transportation management center. 1.9 million was allocated to that project. 1.5 million has been spent within the prior fiscal year. Project's now deemed complete. There's a remaining balance of about $392,000 that will need to be closed out by the ATID Transportation Committee and returned to the main fund. Next project is the Anaheim Resort Safety Bollard Project. The project is looking to install safety pedestrian bollard protection improvements at 4 key intersections in the resort. So Harbor East Esplanade, Harbor Disney Way, Harbor Catella, Harbor Convention Way. Harbor East Esplanade is complete, and Harbor Disney Way is currently under construction. Final design work has been completed for Harbor Catella and Harbor Convention Way. Project had $2.5 million allocated to it, and $1.75 million has been spent, and there's about a $745,000 balance on this project. Once Harbor Disney Way is complete, we'll return to the other 2 intersections and assess next steps in terms of budget and direction from the committee. Next project is the Intelligent Transportation Systems Project. This is to provide updated signal equipment and detection systems in the resort. $160,000 was allocated. $137,000 has been spent to date. There's a remaining balance of $25,000. In terms of next steps for this one, staff continues assessing various performance of various detection devices, and if we find one that performs to our specs, we'll re-engage with the Transportation Committee on next steps and potentially asking for additional funding on that. The resort sign program, the objective here was to replace the old trailer-mounted signs in the resort, repair outdated signs, and replace 5 CMS signs, primarily along Ball Harbor and Disneyland Drive. $5.6 million was allocated to this. $43,000 has been spent to date. There's a remaining balance of about $5.5 million. This project's been broken down into 2 phases. A near-term phase is focused on addressing more immediate needs like upgrades and replacements, and then a longer-term phase will look at positioning new changeable message signs. Staff's currently working with Disney to finalize where those locations might be. However, it's kind of on a wait and see until we see traffic patterns after the emergence of the Disneyland Forward project. Ball Road Disneyland Drive. The objective here was install signage and striping and traffic control improvements. $1.15 million was allocated. $457,000 was spent on this project. There's a remaining balance of about $679,000. Project's been completed, and closeout and final report expenditures will be reported in the next fiscal year's annual report. The Resort Pedestrian Circulation Study. This study is looking at assessing public support and construction feasibility of potential pedestrian bridges around the resort. Committee allocated $1.9 million, and to date, $488,000 has been spent. Remaining balance of $1.4 million will be likely spent this fiscal year. In terms of project status, we completed our phase 1 public outreach, which consisted of doing a public survey and business stakeholder working group meetings. Since those activities were completed, we took that public input back, and we are working to set up the feasibility assessment and gearing up for a second phase 2 of public outreach to present some of the findings that we've put together. We anticipate phase 2 public outreach to occur later this year. Real-time passenger information systems. This was an allocation to ATN. The goal is to provide real-time passenger information on ATN systems. $1.25 million was allocated, and $1 million was spent. The last component of the project, which was passenger information signs at the Disneyland Main Transportation Center, never occurred. And the ATN board has requested that they have taken action to close this project out and ask us to return any unspent funds in that allocation back to the ATID general fund. ATN operational support. So during fiscal year 24-25, there was an allocation of $1.55 million to support ATN. That payment occurred in this fiscal year, so we'll reflect close out in this next fiscal year's annual report on this allocation. And then we conducted a transit feasibility assessment. This was, the committee allocated $45,000 to hire a consultant to do due diligence on ATN and assess whether it was feasible to transition ATN from a nonprofit to a city-led transit agency. $19,500 has been spent on this project, and the remaining balance, the $25,000, will be closed out in this fiscal year. In terms of finding, that assessment concluded that it was not prudent for ATN to become a city-led transit agency, and we continue working with ATN as they are winding down operations. Mayor and council, that concludes the overview of the transportation component. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just have a couple of questions. The Anaheim Resort pedestrian circulation study, with $1.9 million being allocated for that. We're also working on Resort 2.0, which is also looking at pedestrian circulation. Can you tell me how those two come together so that we're not double spending on anything?
Yes, they're actually complementary to each other. So the pedestrian circulation study was a direction we received from the ATID Transportation Committee to go look at not just the volumes of pedestrians that we have today out at the resort to serve them, but also look at the future growth in the resort and how we could look at parallel routes and also mainly centered around safety and how do we move them across some of our major corridors. So that led us to bridges and identifying what locations make sense for future bridges, and then looking at the feasibility of those locations, potential costs, and different scales of bridges that could potentially be there. So that really just centered around that. But the larger 2.0 study, that's a high-level planning document that goes way wider beyond just the pedestrian circulation, but also looks at transit. It looks at safety. It looks at the look and feel of the resort, and then also looks around land uses and how we could promote additional development and support that development in the future. So it's complementary to the other study.
Has the results of your study been shared with 2.0?
It has. So all of the previous work that we've done has been given to the consultants that are leading that effort for us, and they are taking that into consideration, and as they consider transit options and things like that, how that pedestrian connection will intersect with that.
Great, thank you. So it's not money lost as we progress to 2.0.
Absolutely.
Thank you. One more question. You have a reserve of $23.5 million. Are there current plans on how that's going to be spent?
There are no current plans. We identified what was allocated, but as we are progressing over the next couple of years to look at a replacement for ATN, this is one potential source of revenue for that. But again, also what comes out of the Resort 2.0, if we plan for bridges, preliminary studies for the East-West Connector. So there are multiple options or projects that we could identify as a potential use of this funding.
Great, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Director Imami. So when you said there was $1.5 million for the pedestrian circulation study. Was that a grant or was that general fund money?
No, that's all being funded by the ATID Transportation.
Oh, it's performed by the ATID Transportation. Okay. So when we go to the consultants, are we giving them open-ended questions about pedestrian circulation, or are we directing them that we want bridges?
No, we're asking them to go out there and do their own analysis and then do these community outreach meetings to hear from our stakeholders in our community and then come back with the best options that they're proposing, and then we'll work with them through the process of what works with our background and knowledge of the resort.
Okay, and is that something that you, that I guess we can share with the community? Because I'm not sure I know stakeholders, I'm assuming, are hotel owners, those with businesses in the resort district, but what about workers, residents, et cetera? How are we collecting this community feedback?
Yeah, so we're scoped to do public open houses as well. We went to this first round for the business, the community, to really get kind of a yay or nay. Does this make sense? Are we talking about the right locations? We're looking at, future forecasts, those type of things. And once we've kind of talked to the businesses and got their take on things in terms of, because they would be likely the most impacted. Once we have we took their input, now we're working on the feasibility and the cost and all of the kind of more technical components of bridge concepts. Once we have that solidified, we're going to re-engage with the public later this year, and that will include public open houses.
So I guess we keep talking about these pedestrian bridge concepts, but we haven't, as a council, talked about it, decided whether that's the direction that we want to go. I'm not sure what the results were for some of the hotels that would be impacted. I don't know if there's going to be eminent domain involved and we're going to have to condemn some property, or if it's all going to be on public property. Like, these seems like really high-level questions that at some point need to be brought back to us before spending another $1.5 million or some dollars of ATID money on a plan that we might not feel is in the best interest of the resort community.
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's exactly why we're doing the study, is to be able to look in detail at those types of questions of can we build them within the existing right-of-way? Will they have property impacts? Will they have line of sight impacts to properties? What would they look like? What would they cost? So at least we have some background. So when we have these discussions and want to know if we want to take the next step with these bridges, if it's the right thing for us, at least we know what they'll cost, what they'll look like, what the impacts are, what the feedback was that we got from stakeholders, so we can have those discussions.
And so besides bridges, what concepts for pedestrian circulation were brought forward?
Well, we looked at safety in general, so that's part of the Bollard program that we are doing now. So how we keep the existing pathways that pedestrians are using in the resort, we want to keep and maintain those. But as we look towards Resort 2.0, we've always talked about we have 26 million visitors a year now, but how do we plan for 40? So that means we have to really have good, strong parallel paths and optionality. And as we also see growth, how are we going to plan for that? We want to at least be able to get ahead of the game. So as new properties want to develop, there isn't a surprise to them down the road that potentially there's going to be a bridge here, or if they're developing their plans, how can they integrate those plans so there's a better intersection between the bridges and the circulation at the street level and their properties. So they'll be complementary.
Okay, I had pulled item number 11. I think that's also you. And it kind of dovetails from this report, because it's another transportation resolution, in that we're adopting a master transit plan. And so I guess I'm trying to understand how this fits in with our master transit plan, which is then citywide, and this is resort specific. But we talk about in the master transit plan the development of the east-west connector, which will be paid for out of ATID.
Potentially and grants or other sources. Yeah.
And so where are we in that process?
So those are two different sites. This one's really just looking at the pedestrian movement, the circulation at the ground level. The transit plan, item 11, that is looking at transit in the form of buses, shuttles, the east-west connector, and how we make the bus stops better, how we make timing and operation better, how we make ticketing better. So they do intersect, but they're separate studies and separate purposes. But when we look at a study like Resort 2.0, that's kind of that overarching study that's bringing all these different plans together to make sure they're coordinated.
And so how are we weighing in on priorities? Because it's a limited funds with 25.5 million in the transportation fund, between an east-west connector, multiple pedestrian bridges potentially. how are we prioritizing where we're going to be spending our money, given that that's not going to be enough money to cover all of these things?
Yeah, so the priority one is phasing two. So phasing has a lot to do with it and the timing of this, and as money continues to come in, and how we do on grants. You know, availability on prioritizing projects sometimes relies on what money is available through grant programs. So if it's bridge funding we could find, or pedestrian safety funding we could find, then we're going to, prioritize bridges for that. If it's strictly transit funding, then we're going to prioritize those projects. But part of all this outreach too is to work with all of our stakeholders in our community to figure out what is most important to them. Right now, I can tell you all of that is important. They see the value of keeping our pedestrians safe and having good circulation for them, but also having transit be able to move the people around the resort. And that's why this next 2 years is so critical for us to bring all of this together. And that's why we're doing these studies to give us the information to do that in an intelligent way.
And for the transit master plan, again, they had public open houses and outreach. Did we include the resort workers in any of those open houses? Or can we at least get a commitment that we are talking to Anaheim residents and resort workers that are the main commuters going to that area, as well as using our transit system?
Yeah, that is absolutely our intent. And I know Joe could maybe add a little bit to that in terms of our audience.
Yeah, we work with community services to identify community, major employers, community organizations, nonprofits, as many people as we could. We cast a wide net for the community working groups. We had 2 of those meetings, as well as 2 public open houses. Public open houses were advertised on our website, City Hall, social media. The first one was advertised actually on ATN buses when they were operational, so that in order to try and capture some of those people as well. So we did opportunities to reach out to those people.
Okay, thank you. I jumped ahead to item 11. Does anyone else have any questions on item 11? If not,
I was going to ask for a staff report.
all right, staff report.
Well, we haven't finished.
We should finish this item
Yeah.
first, I would
You
think.
want to vote on this one?
No, we still have a second component, the marketing.
Oh, sorry. I jumped ahead to 11.
All right, I'll go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tom Morton, Convention, Sports, and Entertainment. And the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District has 2 component funds, transportation, which we just heard from. We also have marketing component funds, which are overseen by Visit Anaheim. And Visit Anaheim has a brief presentation on their annual report from fiscal year 24-25. So with that, Mike Waterman, and I'll advance the slides.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate you driving. Good evening, Mayor Aiken, Mayor Pro Tem Leon, council members. Thanks for hearing us tonight. As Tom mentioned, we're going to present our 24-25 annual plan to you tonight. You can go to the agenda. I won't read through all the stuff. You guys can read it, but our purpose tonight, or my purpose tonight, is to try to give you a summation of our annual report, which you should have received in February. This is a summary presentation of that report with the highlights that hopefully you will find interesting, indicating what Visit Anaheim is doing to drive our strategy, highlight our efforts on the scope and the impact of the city. So with that, you can go to the first slide. As a reminder, just to set things up, we work on a fiscal year or on a calendar year, like most of our members, the hotels and restaurants. So, but as you know, the city works on a fiscal year. So some of our KPIs are approved by our board and reported out on a calendar year. And what we've done in this report is extrapolate our calendar year to match your 24-25 budget. So with that, we'll go ahead and jump to the next deal. We just want to also highlight, which was very important to this body, we did take the state recommendations as we were walking through this annual report. It involves quite a bit of changes from our report from last year, a little bit more efficient. So we were specific on making sure we included occupancy rates, convention center bookings, and the number of convention center presentations within a year. We also established, based on the state recommendations, a fund accounting tracking system, which we will go through today. And this is the annual report that the state recommended we present to the city, And as you all know, every time we have a city council meeting, we do, through Tom's help, present our subcontractor agreements for your review. All right. You can go back one. Sorry, Tom. Driving fast. So just as a reminder, part of the state's recommendation was to create this ATID advisory board. It's a 7-person board, 4 people from the city, 3 people from the hotel community. And that this report, the full report, which is about 60 pages, was reviewed and approved by that group back in February 2026. And again, this is a summation of that report. So for 2024, our KPIs are listed up here. 53 conventions, $2 billion of economic impact, and 2 billion marketing impressions. You can see how we achieved our percentage to goal and over last year. So 24 was a good year for us. Next slide. This is our 25 KPIs. Again, 54 conventions, one more than the prior year. 2.3 million economic impact, 3 million marketing impressions, and we did not track in 24 definite room nights. You, as City Council, asked us to do that. So in our 2025 KPIs, we did set a goal for definite room nights, which was actually well received by our resort community, because they don't really care about attendance or marketing impressions, but they really like room nights. And you can see where we came in relative to goal and to prior year. This is just more of a FYI statement. So quite often when we meet with you, you're like, well, how are we doing? How do we compare? So the next few slides we'll walk through kind of how we've done, Anaheim's done, and then how we compare to California and the nation. So you can see we're running just under 75% occupancy, which this is the 24-25 summation. We actually just recently got a report from Smith Travel that last year, calendar year 25, Visit Anaheim had the 5th highest occupancy in the country. So excited about that. You can see our ADR and RevPAR and room revenue, hotel supply, and hotel demand. So 24-25, mostly because of the fires in 25, was pretty flat, slightly down. We had a much better back end of 25 and are starting off 26 really strong.
Hey, Mike, can you speak to what ADR and RevPAR is?
Sorry, I do that. Norma gets me on that all the time too. So ADR is average daily rate. RevPAR is simply the math of occupancy times rate, gives you your RevPAR. Okay. This is the slide I alluded to the last slide. So also very favorable to Anaheim. This is a comparison of occupancy, ADR, and RevPAR, revenue per available room. You can see Anaheim pretty aggressively ahead of the state and ahead of the US, both in occupancy, ADR, and RevPAR. Just as a quick side note, when I was in Anaheim back in 2014, 2013, working for Marriott, our ADR in Anaheim was about $40 lower. Big tribute to the luxury products, the Westin, the JW, and the Viv, for rising the whole tide. Next slide. So really proud about this slide. We track our percentage of share of the top 250 conventions in the United States. There's only 250, and they only meet in about 20 cities. This is the 10 biggest cities, but there's really only 20 cities they can meet in, and we track our share of those top 250 conventions. And when I got here in 24, I asked Ronnie, our chief sales officer, where do we rank? He said we're about 14. Last year, we jumped to 9, meaning we have the better you are, the lower you are, the higher your share. And happy to report, 2 weeks ago, we got our numbers, this is it, and we actually came in 3rd behind Las Vegas and Orlando. So beat Chicago, the #1 convention city, and we also beat San Diego. Next slide. So this is our, and I'll go kind of fast through this because I'm sure you've read this report, but we track business booked, actualized business. Business booked is what we booked, but in the year for the year, for all future years. And then actualized business is business that actually comes in. It could have been booked 5 years ago, but it's coming in during that period. And then convention sales events, which goes to the state recommendation. That's the events we held. Next slide. So meeting sales, we have Conventions are citywide conventions that use multiple hotels and the convention center. Meeting sales are meetings that meet in one hotel. We call them in-house or meetings. And you can see the numbers there. So I'm going to go kind of fast through this because, marketing is amazing, driving impressions. Scott and his team do an amazing job. But you can see the impressions we're making, 196 million. The bigger number here is trackable accommodations revenue at almost 42 million, and non-accommodations revenue, which is rental cars, restaurants, at a little over 70 million. And then the next two, we track communications and tourism results separately. So you can see the impressions and revenue, followers, and media clips, which is a big driver for us through social media, and then our tourism impressions and room nights. And this is really hard to read, so you asked us to present our fund balance to the team, which we did. This is as of June 30th, 2025. And then the next slide is through December of 2025. And Christina Dawson is our Chief Operating Officer. If you have any questions about this, you never want a sales guy talking about math, but I open it up if you want any questions.
I have a question. How do you track when you're saying, sorry, can you go back like 2 slides? Keep going. So when you are tracking like how many rooms that you attribute to like room nights here, is that because they book through your website or use some type of code that they could only get from you?
Yeah, so the technology has gotten so much better nowadays that we can track through Google Pixels in a lot of different ways. So we don't track, if somebody picks up the phone or goes on Disney.com and books directly with Disney, we don't take any credit for that. We don't put in any of our reports. So it has to come from a promotion or an activity or a sales event that we touch somebody and can track it through the technology to make sure it comes back to our specific results. Good question.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Yes, thank you. First off, I'll just say this. Thank you for including some of the data that's in there that wasn't in there last year. It was definitely helpful to see. I'm definitely a kind of guy that likes to see it, overlay it, and follow the trend. So with that, I have a question.
Yeah.
I noticed that in August, so when I see your occupancy rate, we've got an average roughly for, let's say, the last 3 weeks in August, about 70%. But yet, when we follow over on the ADR for August, I noticed that that's some of the lower room rates. I was just wondering if you could explain that.
Yeah, so the seasonality of any destination, Anaheim's no different. And the challenge with August is people start going back to school. Our big peak times are right now spring break. For Q1 is our biggest time. The summer's strong, obviously, June, July. August starts, kids start going back. So it's a little bit of a lull for us before it starts getting into a magical Halloween time of year. So August has a tendency to drive lower rates typically.
So even the fact that we're potentially busy on this side, we're still charging less.
Yeah, and the challenge with August is it's not a really strong, typically a strong group convention compression month. So it doesn't drive a ton of business into the hotels or into the convention center. So unfortunately, all of the hotels are sort of in that leisure boat, kind of competing against each other.
Okay. I have one more question along the same lines. It didn't happen very often, but I noticed at least 3 data points where we've got the occupancy rate, let's say 50%, and then if you look over to the ADR on the same, you're at the highest rates. And I'll give you the first example I saw was looks like the third Sunday in June. We've got 50% occupancy, but we've got $274 for a room rate. And I'm just
Yeah, I would have to look at the data to be able to, professionally answer that. I know a lot of things, but that's I don't have the answer to that. I could speculate. It could be, we could have booked a couple really nice big group pieces of business, in-house pieces of business, and when you book them 2 or 3 years out, they don't know how strong the demand over that period of time is going to be. That would just be a guess.
Okay, maybe give me a call.
Okay, yeah. I think we're meeting tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
I'll have that for you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I want to get back to some basics. And I know you've included it, but I want you to verbalize, who pays this money? Why do you have these millions of dollars? Where do you get them?
Yeah. So our funding, as you know, is back in 2010, the resort community came together and said, hey, we were funded through TOT, and the resort community came back and said, hey, we want to fund our own success. So we want to add a 2% TID, a Tourism Improvement District, which we get 75% for marketing. Visit Anaheim gets 75% for marketing, and the other 25% goes to the transportation fund. So out-of-town visitors are paying our budget.
Also, I want to make a point. The money goes to the city, and then the city distributes. So
Correct.
the city does take a % off the top for administration.
Correct, 1%.
And then this year, some money is taken out for housing.
Yep, I have that in my slide coming up.
Okay, so the balance is split 75-25.
That is correct.
On the 75%, who makes the decisions on how it's going to be spent?
Yep, we have a 23-person board made up of primarily hotel general managers, both in the city of Anaheim and the city of Garden Grove. We represent both cities. And every budget we submit has to be approved by the board of Visit Anaheim.
Okay, so you personally aren't making decisions on how to spend money,
Well,
and neither is your staff.
Yeah, I am making decisions based on the board-approved budget, and then we go out and decide how we're going to spend that.
Okay. Another basic question. Based on the agreements for TID, how does that money have to be spent?
Yeah, the TID agreement is very specific, and this is a statewide specific requirement. It's not specific to Anaheim, and I'm paraphrasing. It basically says anything spent with TID money, whether it's Anaheim TID or Garden Grove TID, has to materially benefit the TID payee, which are the hotels.
So the city could never just take some of that money, use it in their general fund to improve a park?
That is correct.
Okay. There's a question on the nimbleness of Visit Anaheim.
Yep.
The world has changed quite a bit, and travel in the world has changed quite a bit in the last several months.
Sure has.
How quickly can you change what you're doing to accommodate that change?
Quite quickly. Last year, when we saw what was happening with Canada, we had material efforts, we had trade shows, we had money spent, we had marketing dollars set aside to spend money in Canada. After a visit with the Visit California team, it was absolutely clear to us we heard it from Air Canada, we heard it from multiple vendors up in Canada that they're not coming to the United States. So we pivoted, we dialed significantly back our spend in Canada. Conversely, we saw Mexico really, really strong. They were up almost 11%. So we shifted some of those dollars from Canada quickly into Mexico. Additionally, we saw demand softening in the summer. So in Q2, I went to the board and asked them to fund out of our reserves some supplemental marketing, $2.5 million, for us to drive incremental domestic demand into the destination for summer and fall.
Thank you. Last question, you kind of mentioned it, you have a reserve,
We do.
almost 19 million?
Yep, it's going to be coming up in a minute.
Okay. Now, who decides what you're going to do with that?
Yeah, so that is also a board-designated number, and I'll jump in it since you have it right there. We have, this is our reserve. It's just under 19 million total. 5.5, a little over 5.5 is 3 months of operating expenses. Industry standard is 6. Convention commitments, we which is very standard in our business. We often subsidize rent or transportation to win a piece of business from a competitive destination with a lot of Tom and his team's help. So, if NAM wants a $50,000 discount, that comes out of our reserves and gets listed in that convention commitment. Sales and marketing initiatives are things like a new trade show booth, those kind of things that are going to drive and position Anaheim more favorably in the meetings business. And then industry events, I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but a lot of these industry events they're sort of a pay-to-play scenario, meaning if you want this major convention, which is an industry event, to come to your city, you have to subsidize it. Could be a first night reception, last night reception. There's a lot of variables. And we have 5 of those events coming in the next 5 years. So we've set aside $4 million for that. And the total of all those together is just under $19 million. And that's all reviewed and approved by my board.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. So I think you have a couple more slides to share.
Yep. So to Norma's earlier point, thank you, City Council. Last December, you voted and approved unanimously the Anaheim Hospitality Housing Assistance Program. And this is primarily or only for those workers who live and work in a TID hotel in Anaheim. It is a housing assistance program that we're still working on the components, but most likely will have a rental assistance program, some sort of first-time home buyer program, and some sort of emergency relief program. But these 3 individuals have volunteered, and we strategically chose these 3 because they represent the entirety of our community from a hotel perspective. Paul Sanford is the CEO of Wingcom, representing the larger hotels and the brand hotels. Bill O'Connell, representing the smaller, mid-sized hotels and independent hotels. And then also Greg Eisenman from the Tropicana Suites in Camelot, who has been very instrumental in helping us understand the small independent hotels and what they need. And these 3 individuals will be working to create the guidelines for how this program gets executed. All right, and I talked about these 5 events. All 5 of these events, so 26 is CDX, 27 is Connect Marketplace, about 5,000 people. Merritt's Elevate is coming in 28. MPI, which is Meeting Planners International, the largest group of travel professionals, meeting planners in the world, bringing their annual meeting here in 29. And then IPW by US Travel is the largest global travel and trade show globally. So these 5 events will bring 20,000 industry professionals to Anaheim over the next 5 years when we are growing unbelievably and will drive future business for a while. And then for driving demand, normally this kind of goes to your question, we created last year 100 Days Till Summer, kicks off in March, gets people excited about summer. We brought the Savannah Bananas in 2 weeks ago, which is literally sold out the city for that weekend, sold 90,000 tickets. Last weekend was our first stand-up chow down, which is an event that we put on with our partners, primarily at the Packing House and around town. We sold that out, which was amazing. And then last but sort of not least, the Imagination campaign, which drove a ton of business, was just recognized by Visit California as the best PR campaign. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Any more questions on the marketing spot? Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Meeks.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for providing so much detail and for listening to the feedback that we provided last year. I know it was harsh and brutal at the time, but we got to this point. So thank you. We can see the improvements in TOT, and I just want to show my gratitude since I give you all of my other feedback, but also share my gratitude for the work that you guys are doing on behalf of our city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to thank you particularly for the statistic on room nights. I mean, that's important to all of us. It's important to you. It's important to all of us up here. And so having that factor, there's a lot of other things going on in your little marketing world, but that's one we can all relate to.
Agreed.
So I appreciate you bringing that. And then once again, I just want to thank you and the hoteliers for supporting the contribution to our housing program and making that homeownership and living near work feasible for our workers out there. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm kidding. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few questions. I'll echo my colleague. I know that we had a lengthy conversation last year regarding this, and so I appreciate the information and appreciate you taking the state audit recommendations as part of this as well. I think it's a very important step forward in hopefully turning a new leaf, right, and being as transparent as we can and being as efficient as we can. Because at the end of the day, as I said a year ago, we want you to be successful. We want you to succeed because that means that our city is successful and that we're succeeding. So I did have a couple of questions specifically, and I don't have the page number to reference this.
That's okay.
This can be information you can send over if you don't have it, but I'm curious. In the report, you were talking about domestic versus international travel and the changes that you've seen over the last year. So I'm curious if you might have that. I know it's kind of on an annual basis in the report. I'm curious if you have a month-to-month breakdown of that data for the last year.
We do.
I'd love to see it
Yep,
and see
we're glad to share that.
kind of what the impact is. I think you mentioned Q2 was a bit of a drop from what we were expecting, and there's no. It would be difficult, right, to connect that to a specific reason. I think there's probably a few, and that could be it. But I'm curious to see what that data looked like and what the impact was. And then I'm curious as to, or just to confirm, you're saying that. Or can you clarify for me, was our top market always Mexico and then Canada? Was it Canada and then Mexico?
Yeah, Canada has been our #1 international market by far for the last 50 years. And for the first time ever, it dropped to #2 behind Mexico. And it was interesting, when I was at that summit we were in with Visit California earlier last year, we were talking about, Canada, and they were like, we're not coming, nobody's coming. I'm like, then you would have been 4th. Like, you dropped from 1 to 2, so you're still coming, you're just not telling anybody. So, they're still coming. Canada's still a strong market, but they did drop, and when we anticipated that, and we are actively working with our partners in Canada to try to, when they're ready to travel, we want them to know Anaheim wants them to come.
But I'm curious, and I feel like I've asked this of you before, but how do you track the who's coming from Canada? Is it like?
Yeah, so there's multiple. We have an annual agreement with a company called Tourism Economics, and almost every DMO globally uses their data, and they have access to visitation from anywhere we want in the world, and they track it all through their system. So we get really accurate data from them.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned that you had requested $2.5 million in supplemental marketing. Can you explain that one for me again?
Yeah, so, with a lot of conversations with a lot of you and Tom, we had a sizable amount of reserves, which was concerning. And I went back to my board and said, look, we don't need $30 million in reserves, and we don't need $25 million in reserves. We need money right now to drive marketing into the summer and fall to help our hotels, because we were hearing from our hotels that they're struggling. So it was an unbudgeted ask, and my board approved it, and Scott and the team executed it flawlessly, and we can share the results. We don't have all the results yet, but it was very successful.
Are those the results?
Yeah, they're in the deck.
Okay.
So 475,000 impressions. Thanks, Pepe. You're always got my back. Trackable room nights, 174,000. 55 million in trackable hotel bookings, and another 35 million in non-room revenue, for a total of 90 million. So 2.5 million drove 90 million into the market.
And I appreciate that. Does that mean that because those 2.5 million were so effective, are you budgeting those in for the next year?
Well, we would, but as Norma pointed out, that 9% that comes off the top is about $1.5 million to $2 million, which we didn't have incremental funding for. So unfortunately, this year we do not have the $2.5 million incremental, although we do have money in our budget for the 100 days till summer and campaigns that will drive business this summer and the fall.
I appreciate that, and this will be the last question on that point, but I'm curious as to, was there anything that was done different with those 2.5 million as opposed to, or was it just, it was more?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both, right? So we have an amazing marketing team, and they use data to drive everything. So we can now understand through the data points. Like, for example, Palm Springs went from like 15, our top 15 markets, to like top 5. And we're like, what is that? So we drove the data. So the team really started targeting key feeder markets that we know have shown a propensity to come to Anaheim. And those are the markets we targeted versus, trying to go after everybody.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I have, and you may have touched upon this a little bit already, in terms of the transportation with ATN going away, have you shifted or done anything marketing-wise to kind of dissuade any concerns about visitors coming to Anaheim? I know that social media is very active about, well, do I even want to go, and kind of going down that route.
Yeah.
Is there anything that we're doing?
We haven't really proactively. It's, the challenge with telling people we have a transportation problem is there's folks who don't know, and that we don't want to inform them that that's a problem. And we do really feel like, looking at the ATN data, almost and Matt Hicks who is the chairman of ATN before it kind of went away, said almost 85% of the visitors of ATN were going from Toy Story lot to the Disney. So we're just trying to solve for the 15%, which is still a big deal, but it's a much smaller deal. So we're not going to make a big deal about it, and we're working behind the scenes to make sure our hotel partners don't go and hire 20 different buses, clog up the streets. So we want them unified, and we've been working with the hotel community to make sure that they all work together, whether it's through Mosaic or other transportation services, to provide a solution that doesn't make it worse, but makes it better.
And so essentially, in terms of kind of what we're tracking, what we're seeing out there, you haven't necessarily seen
Knock on wood, and it's been really busy. We have not seen from any of our social media or anything negative results relative to ATN in the month of April.
Got it. Okay. Well, that's all of the questions I had for this. And again, I'll echo my colleagues, and I appreciate you taking the feedback that we gave you last year and incorporating it and making the effort. So
glad to do it.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva, and then Councilmember Bayless, and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. So I was just going to mention, so I know the 2.5 is not budgeted, but the success of the TOT is your success, right?
Yep,
so the
for
more
sure.
revenue that's generated through TOT, you get a percentage of that. So
Not TOT, but TID.
I'm sorry, yeah. So, but,
Yeah.
but that's directly. So either way, there's a
Oh, for
potential
sure.
for
The better we do, the better we all do.
yeah. So then you can definitely budget for that.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Bayless?
At the end, you answered, I guess, my question. The first thing I heard, though, is you said, hey, we have a problem, and I was thinking to myself, uh-oh, wait a minute. But then I heard you say we didn't have a problem, so I'm going to ask, this going on to Rudy. Since the spin down of the transportation that's out there, have we seen any problems that are existing? And how has it been managed? Are we seeing a good flow? I know we've got the Toy Story that seems to be the major bulk of the traffic that's there, but I'll let you answer that.
We were out there on day one, and we've been working with the resort community, in the last, 45, 60 days on planning for this event. And I'll say that we've done really well. I think most of our visitors haven't really noticed, and a big part of it, as Mike said, is 83% of that ridership was the Toy Story line, and Disney had that service up on day one. There's also a group of hotels that have already banded to bring a service in, and that was up and running on day one. So that takes a chunk out of that 17%. And then Garden Grove also put up a service that's taking care of another big chunk. So we're really still working. I mean, we're still working behind the scenes. It seems really hard to come up with a circulator that can capture the rest of the visitors. But I'll say, I don't think things could have gone any better with what was coming.
Perfect. Well, I'll say thank you to city staff for putting that together for sure. And I'm happy to hear that the end of the statement was we don't really have the problem. So thank you very much.
Thank you. One comment. Thank you for listening. Thank you also for listening to the advisory board. because their recommendations were taken. But I also want to thank Christine, because I don't think you put this report together.
Oh, no, for sure.
So thank
Yeah,
you.
the whole team, Christine, Pepe, and a whole bunch of teams. So it's for sure a team effort.
So thank you for that. And with that, I'd like to move the item.
Thank you.
Comment from Mr. Amami?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to correct the record on something. You asked me earlier about the 19 million balance that the Transportation Committee had, if we had that, any plans for that funding. The ATID Transportation Board did approve the acquisition of the ATN properties, which will be coming back to this council for approval. So that will be a significant portion of that funding for the purchase of those properties that will be held for transit and transportation purposes in the future. Just wanted to correct that.
Okay, I'll wait till it comes back.
So I move the item?
Yeah.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Kurtz and a second by Councilmember Rubicalva. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Okay, Rudy, I think I have you for most of these items. So I'm going to just jump to 11 since that's also a transit item and y'all are already up there. Can we please have a staff report?
Pulling up the PowerPoint now, and Mr. Joe Alcock will give the presentation as well.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of the council. Again, Joe Alcock. By way of background, the City Transit Master Plan is a long-range vision document for improving transit in the city over the long term. It's used to provide guidance on local transit advocacy as we work with partners, future project development prioritization, interagency coordination, as well as pursuit of competitive grants as funds become available. The city's current transit master plan was adopted in 2007. Since that time, a lot's changed. Plan development's changed, transit technology's changed, service models have changed. And so things are very different on the ground today than they were 19 years ago when the plan was currently put together. So going back to 2024, we secured grant funding to start working on an update to the transit master plan. All of those efforts have consolidated in the draft that is before you tonight. The plan contains a total of 14 recommendations that were subject to quite a bit of public outreach. We included community working group meetings, stakeholder working group meetings, and hosting 2 public open houses, as well as conducting a survey where we got over 100 responses. And on this slide, we have a summary of the plan's main recommendations, which have been broken down into 4 categories. First category is focused on developing bus stop and access improvements. So working to improve transit stops and their connecting infrastructure. The second category focused on ATN service, or the resort service area, and this entailed identifying considerations for future area transit services in the resort. The third developed capital improvement recommendations for new service types, and then we developed final service improvement recommendations. Moving into the first category, again, the bus stop access recommendations, we focused on identifying improvements specifically at shelters, providing more seating options, electronic signage, real-time arrival information, maps, and providing route recommendations. The next recommendation in this category was to fill in sidewalk gaps that presented challenges in first and last mile access in terms of getting to transit stations. And then recommending that transit signage be uniform and consistent throughout the city. We have various operators, which I'll show on another slide, that operate here, and they have all different signages. So making the system more navigable is definitely a policy priority for the city. Now, next up was the recommendations that were originally developed for ATN. However, again, these were developed prior to ATN's announcement of discontinuation of service. In light of this, we went back, we re-reviewed these recommendations and found that regardless of who is a transit operator in the resort, these are good long-term recommendations for service in the resort area. And the first recommendation is to identify or to develop a more user-friendly app. The app that was currently or previously being used was not all that easy or reliable. So working with a future resort operator to pursue a better app for the resort area. Next, resort area, the transit routes, working with the resort provider to make them be more streamlined. ATN was operating a pretty complex system, which could lead to some level of confusion at times, as well as high operational costs. So we definitely see a need for streamlining whatever system might emerge coming out in the future. And then finally, implementing a clear route schedule with timetables so that the riders know exactly when the bus is coming. And then in terms of the capital investment recommendations, we are recommending 3 items. First, it's recommending high-capacity transit on several of our high-volume bus routes here in the city, so things like Bus Rapid Transit. We're also recommending that the east-west transit connector, which was in the previous plan, be maintained in this plan. We see that there's a lot of potential here, and we want to continue to work on feasibility and looking to secure potential grant applications to support moving a concept forward. And then finally, we have minor roadway type of capital improvements that would enhance bus speeds. So things like bus-only lanes, queue jumps, far side bus stops to allow buses to get out and ahead of traffic so that they are a little bit more faster operationally. And for the last one, we are recommending service improvements. We identified working with our transit stakeholders, OCTA and primarily Metrolink, to add more frequent service on, again, the high OCTA bus routes. And then working with Metrolink to advocate for more off-peak service to serve the Anaheim area so that people that work non-traditional commuter schedules and those looking to partake in entertainment venues at the Honda Center would be able to do so through transit. Another important recommendation we're recommending here is to simplify and establish fair transfers for agreements. This just shows how the various transit operators in the city, all of them have different agreements, different fare policies. It is complicated to navigate, and as a policy, we're recommending that we work with these agencies moving forward to get it to be a more streamlined process, user-friendly to people from out of town and tourists to be able to access the system. And our final service improvement recommendation is to evaluate the usage of microtransit in areas of the city that don't generally have land use that would support traditional bus systems. So we're thinking Anaheim Canyon and Anaheim Hills. We believe these areas will likely benefit from these services. So we're recommending that these concepts be laid out for initial feasibility assessments to see if these are service types that could actually be financially viable in these areas. Mayor and Council, this concludes my overview of the recommendations in the plan. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I just want to note again that this is a long-range plan. It's a vision document. It's to support advocacy, future development, interagency coordination, those type of things. Long-range, support future grant pursuits, that type of long-range planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a note, the actual report itself, because it says draft, I'm assuming we can still update it. My recommendation would be maybe when you're referring to ATN, not sure if we want to refer to it in the past tense. I know it's a minor thing, but if we're updating it, we might as well, update it as best we can. Not sure if that's something that we can do on that one.
Yeah, that's absolutely, we can do that.
Cool. Thank you. And then I appreciate the clarification. There's a number of recommendations in here. Some of them are to us. Some of them are outside agencies that we work with. Correct?
That is correct.
Cool. Thank you. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And I know we had that conversation. Obviously, we serve. A lot of us serve on these boards and these other agencies that we would be trying to make these recommendations and updates for, but just wanted to really highlight that and clarify that there are a number of different organizations that play a role into all these recommendations. The question that I had was, for those outside agencies, and I know you mentioned this is it's a long-term vision document, but do we have for some of these concrete next steps versus here's our transit master plan, there it is, it's nice, and here's our recommendations, but what comes next, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, as Joe mentioned, I mean, this is a high-level planning document. It definitely identified some near-term improvements that we could make, and we're going to be addressing those in the near term, but also some of the longer term that we've been working on, with like the East-West Connector and advancing those policies. But also as we go after grants, a document like this is very helpful in it's usually an application process, point process, so having this in our long-range plan is important. But as we were out there doing all of the outreach and getting the community feedback, we didn't want to ignore the things that were just not out, or that are outside of our control. So any of that information that we could get, that we could take back to the partners that we work with every day, or even in a advocacy document that we could put out there, so that all of you as well can help support what we're hearing from our community that they want to see out of their transit system.
I agree with you, and I think what would be helpful for me is as staff is hearing these concerns, that yes, we can work on the long-term solutions, but that we're also, if I think the slide before this had, or the one before that one, for example, more frequent service on the top 8 OCTA routes, as an example. I think that's something that I'd like to talk about sooner versus later, right? And so having a plan, and whether that's as a board member, bringing that forward and talking to OCTA staff, or what essentially the next steps would be for some of these, I think is important for me.
We'll definitely be working with you on the OCTA items. I'll push those forward.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. One of the good things about doing a process like this is there's overlap too. And you talked a little bit about the recommendation of whatever the future of ATN is, having a more user-friendly app. And you also have a recommendation there of making fare transfer agreements so that everything's on one card or something. As we move forward in the next couple of years, figuring out what that new transportation circulator in the resort may be, let's make sure that we think about that and how it's going to tie into hopefully a county-wide or California-wide transit card or something that it will just fold into, instead of having a separate app for the resort and a separate app for an East-West Connector and a separate app for the Harbor Bus.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think anything that we're looking for hasn't been done and been done really well in other places in the world. So there are models to look at. And as we put together a transit system for our resort, that's something we want to make sure is on the forefront of our thinking and planning as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I echo Councilmember Meeks. I'm kind of apped out. So if there's any way of avoiding having to download an additional app, maybe tapping into existing technology, that would be great. Question about the bus stop amenities. Can we go to that slide, please? I just wanted to clarify, will these amenities be citywide, or are we focusing in the resort district?
Apologize for that. We'd originally started in the resort district because OCTA had a grant program where they were funding bus stop improvements at the county's 100 busiest bus lines. So many of the ones in the resort, of course, fell into that. So there was funding for that, but that gave us the opportunity to do these pilot projects where you don't see the traditional old benches, you see more of the stools and the leaning rails and other amenities. And this is something that we've seen successful in the resort, and we are now trying to look for additional funding to push that out into other areas of the city.
Thank you. Safety is a priority. I think of lighting and safety. How do we prioritize whether the specific amenity or the specific bus stop? Like, do we do all one bus stop, everything there, or do we do lighting across all bus stops? How does that work?
Yeah, if there is a shelter, then we put in lighting for all of those. If there is not a shelter, it's just a stop, then we'll work with our Public Utilities Department because they're always working towards proper street lighting everywhere. But if there are specific areas that we need to look at, we can certainly address.
Thank you. And then last question, we have an aging population. Baby boomers will not be driving in the next X amount of years. How do we factor that in our formulas, or do we?
Well, at a high level, I mean, I think the county takes the lead on kind of the demographics of the county and how it's changing. And they've been doing a pretty good job with that, with their access program across the county. But also, I think our Community Services Department has done an amazing job with their Senior Wheels program as well. So as we continue to see the success of those, and we're going to see that population continue to need that, we'll see those grow. But the good thing is that we have the groundwork and a system in place that we can grow.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
So Councilmember Maz just asked my first question, so I'm gonna same question. I'm just gonna rephrase it a little differently. I realize that this is a high-level access and report, but my question is, did you take a look at the paratransit services and senior services inside the city, and did you come up with the idea that says we've got a good program, we need to add to that program, or was there any studies specifically related to that?
I don't think we addressed it specifically, Andrew. No, we didn't look at it specifically, no.
Okay. And then the second question I have is, I know I read this plan a little bit, and I don't know if this falls in Anaheim's, I don't think Anaheim necessarily is the one planning for this, maybe the OCTA, but I know that we've got the Southwest Gateway line coming down, currently hopefully making its way down to the LA County border. Wondering the feasibility of continuing that on through to maybe Harbor in Garden Grove. Is that something that should be possibly included or looked at in this plan?
It's probably a little bit larger than this plan, but it is something that we can certainly work with our OCTA board members, since it is OCTA right-of-way, to be able to bring that line down. I know they've studied it over the years, but it's something with now what we know what's happening with LA on that line that we can bring back to OCTA and push for that as well.
So is that something that can get included in this report?
I think we can go back and make a mention of it and add it to the report.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Rudy. So mine's more of a comment. I was just going to say thank you for adding more to the plan to have more frequent pickups, because after we saw the strike, when Teamsters struck and OCTA wasn't able to operate, it impacted a lot of people in my district in particular. So I appreciate that frequency, especially 7 days a week, because oftentimes I see my residents on Saturday and Sunday waiting for buses that come every hour instead of every 15 minutes as they usually run. So thank you for that. And then I also want to thank you for including the what are those called? The shelters or the bus pickups, because oftentimes the people who are taking the bus have been on their feet all day and then they're standing in the sun, not really sure where to wait. So the fact that we're able to have somewhere for them to sit, and I know strategically we had removed those in the past because of some of our other safety issues that we've had. So with the frequent just with our police department and Halo team leaning into all of those issues, I think we'll probably be able to avoid some of that, but we might want to keep that on our radar. But I do love that we are going to be enhancing those for our city and for the residents who are using our public transportation system. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarity, how often do we update this, Rudy?
Sorry, 19 years was the last time this was updated.
I won't tell you how old I was.
We won't wait that long again.
And what would be the goal? How often should we be updating this? Is it like a strategic plan that we can review annually? Is it every 5-10 years?
No, this is probably something you would probably do in the 5 to 7 year range.
Okay.
To keep it current.
Okay. Yeah, 19 years. That's a very long time.
And a lot's changed.
And a significant amount has changed. I mean, since the draft, so much has changed, right? The other question I had, and just keeping in mind the 5 to 7 year range now, I guess, would be, and I don't know if you mentioned the Olympics. Is that something, at least some of these goals, are some of these affected in terms of their priority level as we start seeing, as we're planning for the Olympics? Are any of these, because of that coming in, do they move up in terms of priority or recommendation level?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it, and that's why a plan like this is important. So if we're already showing for, some of those short-term improvements like the bus-only lanes or the queue jumping, and we have that in our plan. And if there's funding that's available through LA 28 to make some of these improvements for the Olympics, then we could look to have that fund these improvements for the Olympics, but then they would stay in place for the long term as a legacy for us for meeting our future transit needs.
And do you have a list of what some of those projects or what those recommendations would be?
Not a defined list. These are just, again, really high-level recommendations of what we would like to do. So we would look at specific areas. So, for the Olympics, for example, Catella would be a really good candidate for that.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. When we're talking about the long-range plans, I mean, I know that high-speed rail's on here. Do we have, especially for the east-west connector, I mean, I feel like that's a high-level project that has been talked about and been in our transportation plans for, I don't know, what would you estimate? How many years?
Well, I think it was probably about 12, 15 years ago when we first started looking at the streetcar system, and that was kind of the genesis of it. But, that stopped, and now we're picking that work back up as we're hearing that that is a priority. Yeah, it's been talked about for at least 15 years.
Do we have any indication, like realistically, if we, like if we were able to secure the funding, or we as a council or the next council decided to dedicate a substantial amount of LPMR towards transit, realistically, what type of time frame could we have something up and running?
I'll be honest with you, I don't think we could, what we're talking about for the east-west connector and those new technologies, we probably wouldn't be able to do it before the Olympics. One, with just the CEQA process alone would probably take 18 to 24 months. And then you have design and construction. So best case scenario, if we had all of the funding today, I would say that's probably a 5-6 year process until we have a system up and running.
Okay. I've lost hope for high-speed rail. I just want to be alive for east-west connector. I have more hope for that. Okay, I pulled this item, so I will make a motion to move it, seeing no other questions. If there's a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. This is item number 11.
Item number 11 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving the 2026 Anaheim Transit Master Plan update. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item that was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem, item number 4, also with Mr. Umami. May we have you want a staff report? Staff report, please.
All right. Well, the item before you is the award of a construction contract for the Park Substation Line Extension Project supporting the Gibson Canyon Memorial Park development. This project will install new underground electrical infrastructure and street lighting along Sand Canyon Road to support future development. Anaheim Public Utilities will provide the improvements with costs reimbursed by the project applicant. Staff recommends awarding the contract to Outsourced Utility Contractor, LLC, as the lowest responsible bidder in the amount of approximately $4.88 million plus contingency. The bid is consistent with current market conditions and considered reasonable. The project is anticipated to begin in the third quarter of 2026 with completion in 2027. That concludes the staff report, and I have General Manager Dooku Lee with me here as well and can answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have that many questions. More than anything, wanted some clarifications, but more than anything, wanted to just make a comment about, I mean, this is a very important step in what will eventually be the Veterans Cemetery in that area, correct? And it's just it's a highlight of, at least for me, and we've said it, I've said it before when we were talking about the actual decision to approve, make all the approvals on the city side, that it truly was and is an honor to have Anaheim be the site for this county veteran cemetery. And this is, I think, another step in making that move forward. The two questions I wanted to ask you was, the staff report mentioned that there's also a water main extension that we would need to install. In terms of the timeline and how is there, you have to do this first and then the water main extension? Is there, or is it kind of, do they dovetail? Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. So the water main is in the design build process, and so we're going through that bid cycle right now. And so we hope to bring something back for City Council consideration sometime this summer. That one will take a little bit longer than this. They were looking at different types of options to not bring a water main. They were looking at their cost capabilities. And so they decided that they do need a potable water line. And so that process will take probably about 2 years.
Oh, okay. So that'll come with us this summer. Would that, would any of this work be taking place at the same time?
Potentially. So the design process would take roughly about a year or so, and then construction starts thereafter. So there may be a little bit of overlap. And one of the things that we're doing is, because we don't want to waste resources, for example, after the electric work, this project is done, we're going to hold off on final paving, let the water main project go forward. It'll follow public works standards. And then afterwards, after the water project, that's when the final restoration would take place.
Okay, thank you. And then just in terms of potential impacts of construction, I know we hear a lot about the traffic concerns. Can you talk a little bit about what steps we're taking to mitigate any potential traffic concerns in that area?
So our typical, what we call our good neighbor policy, is have construction hour limitations, and we will have those in place for these projects as well. So that's staying out of that peak traffic zone, so construction doesn't start until after 8:30 in the morning and stops before 3:30. But also, we're going to do a lot of community outreach and signage and let people know that, as you've seen our projects before, we'll put changeable message signs out there to let people know that to expect heavy delays if they're going to take that route. To hopefully avoid the area and know they shouldn't go down that road. The fortunate thing too is, this road isn't used by too many of our residents either, so we won't see an impact to our residents, but it's usually by commuters that are using it to avoid the 91.
Which leads to the last question that I have, was because I know that OCTA is doing, or is going to be doing work in this area, and is doing some work, I think, or is going to be doing some work. Can you, I'm assuming there's coordination between the agencies to make sure that we're all on the same page, correct?
That's correct. The project they'll be coming up is TCA, so they're going to have their the toll-to-toll connection from the 241 to the 91, and they will be using a portion of this road for a bypass when they have night closures, and they will be participating in some of the restoration work as well. So there will be close coordination with them as well.
Okay. Do you anticipate any delays because of that overlapping construction?
No. We don't anticipate delays. We've been communicating with them.
Okay. Thank you. Again, just wanted to, I think both of you and your teams for the work on this. Again, it's another step forward in the Veteran Cemetery here in the city of Anaheim, and just appreciate the work.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Well, echo Mayor Pro Tem's comments about the Veterans Cemetery and how proud we are and supportive of this project. This project has other benefits too, we're going to get some road resurfacing. But it also, there's not much electrical service out there. There's a service line for the church and things. This project undergrounds that, correct?
So show you, this is what the roadway looks like right now. The scope of work includes the civil infrastructure and new underground lines that will go through there, but that pole line is owned by Southern California Edison. So we don't have any facilities on there. So as a result, we would have to have either the developer or some other resource pay to underground for Edison's lines. So that's not part of this project, and that would have to be either through other resources or grants or other things in order to pay for Edison undergrounding.
What does this line serve? What does Edison serve out there?
They pass through the city, and they also do currently serve the Kindred Church area. And so when we go through that area and build out, then we will pick up that service.
Okay, but Edison lines still serve something else besides that Kindred Church?
There's some traffic controllers and other things that they serve. So this line basically comes down Weir Canyon underground. They rise up on Santa Ana Canyon, and then they kind of pass back through Gypsum Canyon.
And so all they're serving is traffic control things out there?
But it's a tie line that they use to route power through there. So they don't have a need to underground it for their purposes at this point. And my understanding is they put covered conductor to help with some wildfire mitigation on this line.
Okay. All right, yeah, I was really hoping to get all the power off of our lines and be able to get rid of that. That's too bad. So this, as you can see in this picture, this road is only one lane in each direction. So will we be able to maintain one lane in each direction through construction, except for maybe short-term closures overnight or off-peak hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
we'll be able to use traffic control around it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lee, did we reach out to Edison to see like what the cost would be to underground this?
So we have general costs for undergrounding any lines, electrical lines. Generally, it's about, it could be $4 to $6 million on the low side and upwards of $8 million on some of the more congested areas. So my estimate here is $4 to $6 million per mile. This is 1.5 miles, so you're talking about a little over $9, $10 million here on a project like this. So Edison is not compelled to use their funds to underground, outside of their service territory, and this is something that we face throughout the city. It's not just this area, it's areas like East Street, Ball Road, Crescent. There's about 50 miles where Edison traverses through the city of Anaheim, even though they may not be serving Anaheim customers, because Anaheim's built out over the years, and Edison used to have lines that served the various areas.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Duke, a quick question. Would this be a project if the grant funds were able to go to, say, a local utility? Could this be something that could be applied for with the Spark grant?
I think it would be a possibility, but what we've seen with the Spark grant, this is the Department of Energy transmission plan, they've been awarding more regional, interstate, large projects that are transmission-oriented rather than local distribution types of projects. That's something that we've heard. We're in the process of trying to get support, congressional support, to encourage the Department of Energy to look at distribution projects as well. However, this current cycle, I don't think it would be something that we could move forward with.
Sure. I guess so. My second follow-up to that then is, if the Spark grants were to include some of the local utilities that are out there, would this be a really good time to advertise, hey, call your local congressperson and say, hey, let's include the word local utilities in the Spark grant?
Possibly, but I think starting with the congressional letter, to make that letter have other representatives sign on and then encourage the Department of Energy, I think that would be a good starting place, as opposed to individuals submitting letters.
So I'll ask maybe, I don't know what the support here might be, but maybe that's something that we could start here with the City Council, bring that letter before us and see if it's something that we could sign and send on to the legislators.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to make a motion?
Move the item.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on our list, also with Mr. Amami, is item number 6, which was pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
No, I don't need a staff report. I just want to, I have a specific question, actually. It's noted that the funds are reimbursable. Is that part of the Disney Forward project and commitment from Disney?
Great question. Yes, it is. So as part of the Disneyland Forward project, they've agreed to pay for all of the staff costs. And in return, they're looking for expedited review services to do that. So to be able to do that without expanding our staff for a short period of time, or this is going to be probably a 18 months to 2-year period, we looked for a qualified consultant that has been very active in designing projects in the resort and working with the city that has the knowledge that can focus solely on the Disney right-of-way projects. So that's a number of intersections, roadway projects, the flyover that they have into the new parking structure. And we went out for a competitive bid. This consultant rose to the top and will be fully reimbursed by Disney, in addition to giving staff the support we need to be able to make sure we can meet the commitments of the time commitments to return the plan reviews on time.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank
I can move the item.
Councilmember Bayless, did you have a question? All right. Thank you for clarifying that. I mean, I know we hear a lot that, you know, that Disneyland and Disneyland Forward gets favored treatment, but I think it's so important to point out that they are paying for this themselves, because if we didn't have this, it would pretty much shut down our planning and building department, and we wouldn't be able to service the tens of thousands of other small businesses in the city. So I think it's just, I really appreciate staff, you know, recognizing this and making sure that this was a negotiated point plan in Disneyland Forward. So I think Councilmember Kurtz made a motion. I'll second. And a second. Thank you. Please vote.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. You are off the hook. The next item is item number 10, which is pulled by Councilmember Moss. Would you like a staff report?
I don't need the full staff report, just a couple questions and comments for our fire chief.
Thank you, and I have some questions too. I was going to pull this as well, so.
Hello. Thank you in advance, or I should say, thank you for your service, period. I'm really excited about the possibility of getting a dog for our department. My understanding is that up until this point, if we needed a peer support dog, we would call in a canine from either Orange or Huntington Beach. Is that correct?
That's correct. We would use those two agencies or Orange County Fire Authority.
When was the last time we had a peer support dog?
Of our own? Never. We've had a couple working canines in the past, one assigned to our urban search and rescue team, and an arson accelerant dog, but we've never had a peer support dog.
You know how much I love animals.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a really exciting thing, but I do want to point out some more serious statistics that I was reading in the report. 40% of professional firefighters are experiencing clinically significant levels of anxiety and depression. I also want to point out that the suicide rate for firefighters in the United States is nearly double of the average working age adult. And according to the CDC, first responders are more likely to die by suicide than in the line of duty. So those are really staggering points.
Apologize. Unfortunately, that is correct. And I apologize, I didn't introduce this. One of our battalion chiefs, Pat Burton, and he heads up our wellness, which also covers our peer support and our mental health program. So that's why I had him come in here tonight. If there were some questions, he would be able to answer better than me. But those numbers are correct, and they are very, sad.
I just want to acknowledge the risk that you all take, not only in going into buildings, but the cancer exposure and the mental health impact. So those are all real things. Although this is an exciting issue, I want to acknowledge those really serious numbers. And then to that point, I just wanted to ask what type of peer support we currently have in place.
So currently, we have several levels. We have our chaplain service. We have trained firefighters that are kind of the first level of peer support. We also have clinicians on call 24/7 that we can call.
Yeah, as he said, we have all those other levels that are already in place right now. We've been able to partner with our APD brothers and utilize some of their services as well. And then we also have our own internal peer support group, which is what I lead currently. So we have those different levels built in. One of the biggest issues, as you've read from the statistics, is the kind of the stigma of the firefighter making that first call, making that leap out there. So with our own internal peer support group, that helps generate that kind of that closeness of having you phone a friend as opposed to having to try to call somebody else. If they're not willing to do that, they can call one of the clinicians, and it's 100% confidential. So we have several different layers built in right now.
Thank you. And I know animals have a way of providing comfort that humans don't have capacity for. So I look forward to supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions, but I'll preface it. I also like dogs. But I had some questions just on, can you walk me through why, I think when we first had a conversation, Chief, we had talked about the cost being absorbed within your current budget. But it looks like we are asking for an amendment to the 25-26 general fund budget. So is this going to be something that's going to be, I guess, so it's not just for next year's budget, we are changing your budget for last year to June?
Yeah, so, and I actually starred that because as I was rereading the report I was, the startup, the $9,500 startup is coming out of the discretionary Anaheim Fire Department budget. So what you see in this staff report is not, we're not asking for more money. That's coming out of our current fire department budget. I realize that it says it, and that was an oversight on my part, that I didn't catch that to get it changed before it went to council.
Okay, so when we are looking at making a motion, so the cost to, of this program for this fiscal year will be zero.
That is correct. It also in the report, it talks about it's probably going to be 6 to 8 months before we get the program up and running and get a dog trained with the handler. So we would be into the next budget cycle. So our budget would, under our discretionary spending, would cover the cost of this program.
Okay, and can you walk me through, it says more or less $9,500 for one dog for 1 year, correct?
Yes, ma'am, and that's broken down, is, I'm sure you saw this here, the cost for the salary percent for the handler, the supplies, so forth, and allotted overtime for a certain number of hours that are required for peer support training with the dog, and that's on an annual basis.
Okay, I'm just asking because when this was first presented, this was the first question I asked, which was, I love the idea, what is it going to cost? And it was around $10,000 for up to 2 dogs. But if one dog is looking at $8,000 annual cost, how is that going to work if we want to add a second dog?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. I think that different people providing different information got a little confusing. When we originally proposed this program over 2 years ago, we wanted to look at if we had to build out to 2 peer support canines. With our size, we're prepared, we're going to track everything, how many times the dog is called out, how many hours, all that. And we looked at putting into the policy having, at some point, if we needed 2 dogs. The prices that you were seeing in all of our conversations was to start with one dog and build from there pending on the needs of the organization. So the price breakdown that you see here is for one canine. If we came to that we needed a second canine due to the hours that the dog was working, the amount of call outs for our firefighters and the public, we would come back and ask for a second dog, and that might be a different discussion with that amount of money. That might have to be a budgeted item as opposed to discretionary funding.
Okay, and I guess that kind of leads into my next question, which is this position going to be taking a firefighter out of a station not responding to calls?
So the short answer is it could for a short amount of time, like other things that happen, like when our fire investigators get called out. If we have to send a firefighter to a clinic, maybe for a minor injury or something, and we wait, there are times that does happen. We look at all the options to keep all of our companies staffed at minimum staffing. That could be grabbing folks, depending on the time of day, time of year, grabbing two of our firefighter paramedics on one of the paramedic squads, putting them on there temporarily until we get a determination of that. If there's a rig going to training and there's a firefighter that's already had the training, rather than him or her sit through the training again, we would, and that's kind of what the battalion chiefs do on a sliding scale all day long, is move the pieces around to keep our staffing what it's supposed to be and keep units in service. But we know some things do come up that we have to adjust for.
Thank you. I should say dangerously researching, because I was looking at things on the internet, so I don't know. I just want to make sure that my information is correct, but it seems like the 24 hours is pretty regular for training in a calendar year, but then we add an additional 8 hours to bring it to up to 32 hours. So my question is, what is the minimum requirement to have certification every year to be a peer support handler? And if somebody is not, if it's 24 hours of training a year and they don't do additional training, are they still paid for those 8 hours? Or is it just if additional training is required?
Thank you. So the minimum, as I understand it, is 24 hours for the certifications to be a peer support canine handler. The additional 8 hours to 32 is if something comes up or if there's something that they need to do, but that is not, if they don't need that time or don't need to do any training, then we wouldn't send them to receive additional training above the 24 hours.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. My last question is, I know we ended up doing this as an LOU to the MOU with AFA. Does that mean that if the program is not successful, or if there is not somebody that wants to be a peer support canine handler, that this program is mandated to occur? Or is it something, when we say it goes to the end of the year, it can be in your discretionary budget every year?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So like a lot of our specialties, it's at the discretion of the fire chief, meaning if we got to a point, let's say we didn't have anybody that wanted to be a handler, looked at some of those things, like when we had our other canines that had different functions, we didn't have people that were qualified or wanted to be canine handlers, so we suspended those programs, and that would be the same with this. If we got to a decision that we realized that we couldn't support the dog, I doubt we would ever say we wouldn't need the dog. But if that came up, I could make the decision that we would not have to have the program.
And then are you charged, Chief, with the oversight of this program with hours, costs, et cetera?
So that would be under our operations division, under Deputy Chief Grant. I would review that. Obviously, so every time we start a new program, you dive into it as deep as you can to make sure everything is going the way it's supposed to. Chief Burton will be the kind of day-to-day contact with it, and he's logging and has plans to really drill down so we can provide information if asked, or things on, like I said, how many times the dog is called out, how long that is, the time. Is it for a firefighter, maybe another first responder here in the city or another city, a civilian that may need help? So we can track all those things, so we will know exactly how the program is tracking out.
Okay, thank you. I would appreciate that when we, if it passes, if we come back, that we're tracking what the actual costs to the program are, how many training hours have actually been dedicated to this program, as well as any potential overtime that was occurred by other officers. I think that's kind of how we get a whole picture of this program. And then I know it mentioned, sorry, my last question, it mentioned the policies and procedures for this program. Have those been drafted? I didn't see those in the staff report. And if not, who will be drafting them and when will they be ready?
So they are being drafted. Largely, they're done. Again, that is with Deputy Chief Grant and with Chief Burton here have been working on those and going back and forth when there are questions with our labor group to make sure they're on board and understand. And that's a lot of the policies, just as an example, ma'am, are like, how the dog will be housed when it's at the station, how more of the nuts and bolts, not really the financial aspect that is in the LOU. So we're anticipating that the policy will be done here this month, and we'll have it approved by and looked at by the AFA and by our staff and be ready to go with that. It's almost there now, as I understand. Is that correct, Chief?
Yeah, it should be done at this point. I was trying to get a draft for you guys today, but I was unable to obtain that for you. But from my understanding, it's complete.
Yeah, I understand a different person or department will be tracking the hours and the finances. I was more concerned that any policies and procedures are obviously going to be approved by risk management, RHR, to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Absolutely. Risk management has been a partner with us from the start. I believe they've seen the policy and have made edits to that, as other people have. So yeah, we're touching every touch point we can to get it right from the start.
Wonderful. Well, I am very excited about this program. I hope to expand to, I think setting it up the first time can be the hardest, but hopefully we can have a lot of success and grow our four-legged force with the fire department. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. I got to work on pressing my buttons quicker so I can get the questions out rather than saying, well, I think somebody else already asked this question. But first thing I want to ask, or first thing I'll say is this, I'm a dog guy. I got a dog at home. There's no doubt when I get home, my blood pressure goes down. So I hope it'll have the same effect on our guys out there as well. And I think you probably already answered this question, but I'm going to ask it just a little bit differently. With the addition of the dog, do you see that as impacting any of our level of service at any point in time? Because I think that's important.
So yes, sir, thank you for the question. I do not see it impacting our level of service. That level of service may be a little flexible for a few hours while we adapt, like I gave some examples earlier, that when we do have to flex a little bit or pivot a little bit to accomplish what we need to do.
Okay, perfect. I think that's important also, just to double up, but to keep track of that data and see how that data works, I think is important. So I was glad to hear you say you were going to do that. And then the last comment I'll make is, as I was reading this staff report that you guys put together, by the way, thank you. I really like the fact that on the last paragraph, I think on the third page, you did say that the dog would return home with the handler after shifts, allowing for necessary rest and maintaining a work-life balance for the animal. So I wanted to say thank you for looking after the dog as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, my nephew is a firefighter for LA County, so and also mental health and wellness is a big priority for me as a council member. And we host an event every year, and thank you guys for supporting that every year since we've started it. So I do support this initiative that you have. Thank you for including it in your discretionary budget, so you're not asking us to increase your budget. And I know you'll probably be able to do that moving forward. But I do have a question. How come we keep bringing resolutions instead of just having budget items that, so I guess I'm curious as to why we went the resolution route for the canine dog and not just start a program using your discretionary dollars to, so I guess that's just my question. Seems a little more complicated than necessary.
I will say that this is a LOU, so it's part of an MOU, which does require council approval. I think you're adding some premium pay to an employee, so that's probably the main reason that's in the version of a resolution.
So I think that would be great to kind of explain that because it just seems a little over the top to have to do the whole LOU and with the premium pay, but okay, and especially because we just did the contract for AFA, so that probably would have been something that could have been done during negotiations. So I would just recommend that next time, if we could consider doing that when we are negotiating labor agreements, if this is going to be part of that, because it just makes it less cumbersome for all of us. But I do support this initiative for our firefighters. I appreciate the work that you all do. And I think adding a support peer dog to your day-to-day will be helpful. I have a German Shepherd. If you guys ever need a dog to train, he needs some TLC because we're a little too busy to walk this poor guy, but anytime you can borrow Hulk. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will vote to support this, Chief, but once you get the dog, you have to bring them in for us to meet them too.
Yes, sir, absolutely. That was.
Your pause is concerning. Like, no, we're not bringing him in. No. Yeah. In all seriousness, I appreciate my colleagues, and I'll echo their comments, and anything that we can do to try to support better mental health, especially for our first responders, is definitely something that I am supportive of. So I appreciate it.
Thank you,
I also
sir.
have some name suggestions, but we can cross that road cross that bridge when we get to it.
Thank you. So Councilmember Miles, would you like to make the motion?
To make a motion to move this.
I'll second.
Just to clarify, I think the chief indicated that there's no need to enhance the budget, so is the motion
yes.
for?
So that's not in the LOU, though.
It's in the motion. It's in the motion. So if the motion is staff recommendation minus that budget enhancement, I think that's what the chief was saying would be more consistent with what he's asking for.
So I proudly make a motion minus.
The budget enhancement, yeah.
Right, so just for clarity, we are approving this motion in the LOU, but we are not requiring any new appropriation of funds to the 25-26 general fund budget. I'll second that.
The motion included approval of resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim adopting the letter of understanding establishing the terms and conditions of a peer support canine program for employees represented by the Anaheim Firefighters Association, local number 2899. And this also includes the amendment, removing the amendment of the fiscal year 2025 Anaheim Fire and Rescue budget in the amount of $9,517. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Okay, that was our last item that had been pulled from consent. So we are going to move on to our business calendar. Item 14 is a presentation by Visit Anaheim on the value of sports tourism and sports group business in the city. Mr. Deputy City Manager, can you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I'll ask for a presentation from our Convention Sports and Entertainment Director, Mr. Tom Morton.
Can we just talk about how slow those guys were in leaving? Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Tom Morton, Convention Sports Entertainment, and Councilmember Kurtz had asked for a presentation from Visit Anaheim on sports tourism and sports group business. And with that, I'm going to load it, and I'm going to introduce Katie Wright, who will be providing that presentation. Hold on, Katie. You're good. Just tell me to advance.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and present on this topic. My name is Katie Ray. I'm the Convention Sales Director, Sports Segment for Visit Anaheim. Go ahead. So sports tourism in Anaheim is a substantial topic for us here at Visit Anaheim. Beyond the financials, sports tourism is crucial for our city. It brings future tourism pipeline, health and wellness, city pride, compete and see top-level sporting events here in the community, international exposure, brand recognition. I think we saw that firsthand here early on in this meeting when we saw the youth sports get recognized and how big of an impact it can make on the youth in our community. In addition, we wanted to discuss the collaborative efforts between Visit Anaheim and the Orange County Sports Commission. So I know there's been a lot of questions of the collaboration there and how we work together to bring business into the great city of Anaheim. So to back up, Visit Anaheim has two segments for the sales. You have convention and then you have meeting sales. So I personally handle the convention segment. Anything that has a room block that goes into the Anaheim Convention Center, that is my piece. It goes straight to me. And then the meetings team handles anything that just has a room block but does not touch the convention center. So these could be your groups that are at your local parks, at the Honda Center, what have you, that is on the meetings team side. Going into Orange County Sports Commission, so they are a fantastic organization. They do support our efforts tremendously, but they're also focused on Orange County as a whole. That could be Irvine, Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, any of the cities in between, in addition to ours. So while we are at similar trade shows, we are at similar developments and such, we are focused on very different things. My goal, my number one goal, is bringing in sports business to the Anaheim Convention Center. All right, so I wanted to also highlight some key wins from 2025. So we have BlizzCon. This is only the second time that it'll return in 2026 since COVID. It used to be an annual event. It's an e-gaming, esports event. I'm sure you've heard of it and are familiar with this event. 23 hotels, 10,500 rooms annually. So we are very excited to welcome them back here in a few months. USA Volleyball. This is a relationship that I've really worked hard to foster and develop here over the past few months. So we just had their first tournament this past weekend at the convention center. Nearly 600 volleyball teams, all youth girls teams, and it was wildly successful. Many of the hotels were impacted. We have 11,000 room nights that come from that tournament each time that it comes in, and then we're also welcoming them back in January for back-to-back tournaments, early January 2027. And to highlight the impact of that one, the back-to-back tournaments for USAV in January 2027 has the near similar economic impact as NAM does. So it's like we're adding another NAM to the month of January. It's lovely to see. I think we'll see 2027 start off very strong. Fencing is another key win. I know this sounds a little obscure, but bear with me. May 2026, so we have them here for the first time. They'll be using Hall E, which is an underutilized hall in our facility. So what I've been targeting is the lesser used meeting spaces and halls to try and offset some of the revenues there. So we have the fencing coming in, and then they're also looking to come back in 2027 if this one does well. And then I'm also working on a USA Fencing Nationals as well. All right. So 2026 key action items. This is my checklist, my to-do list for the year. So establish Anaheim as the volleyball headquarters. As we've mentioned earlier, USA Volleyball is a key component. There's numerous groups that are looking to get in on the volleyball segment, so we are working hard on that. Fill short-term open pockets. So I like to joke that I play Tetris all day. I'm looking for the open pockets. I'm looking for those little pieces that I can sift into the convention center. So in addition to that, I also look for ways to stack business. So I'm trying to do this strategically. I'm not looking to stack, let's say, cheerleaders with pharmaceutical. I'm looking to stack it with the right type of mix of group, and also keep in mind the wear and tear on the facility. So if we have a heavy parking group per se, I'll look for something that isn't as heavy on the parking side. So being strategic with that and working with Tom and his team at the convention center to do so. I'm also developing relationships with top e-gaming stakeholders, so trying to push through additional events such as BlizzCon. I have my eye on the GDC, EVO, PAX Unplugged. Those are some of the biggest ones here in the nation, and I'd love to see them in Anaheim, so I'm working on that. And then increase market exposure. So we're partnered directly with Sports ETA to gain exposure to the rights holders. So I'll actually be going there to their summit here in 2 weeks to visit with 40 to 50 right holders to get their leads to bring them here to Anaheim. All right. Competitive landscape. So our top competitors in my market are Orlando, Dallas, Houston, LA, Las Vegas, Atlanta, and San Diego. I'm sure none of that comes as a big surprise when you see the landscape and what their primary drivers are. So the top two drivers for decision-making are host fees and financial incentives, as well as venue costs. So these are two key pieces and two key hurdles that I need to overcome with each piece of business that I look to bring here. A lot of the destinations of our competitors, such as Houston, Dallas, Orlando, they have the funding, they have a lot of grants and such that they can give to offset some of the rentals. And that is a key piece, especially in the e-gaming segment that I run into often. The destination location, destination offerings, hotel rates, destination demographics, we have that pretty much on lock. Our community here in Anaheim, the hotel community, really works hard to, I know we mentioned ADR here recently. They work hard to keep the rates as economical as possible, given the type of market that I'm working on. Destination demographics, we're a safe city, especially in comparison to a lot of these other competitors. Our city is very safe, very walkable, so they can bring their youth sports groups here. All right. And then we have Anaheim's Golden Decade. So 5 partner events, as Mike had outlined earlier. We have the FIFA World Cup, 2027 Women's Volleyball World Championships at Honda Center, LA 28 at the Honda Center, Rugby World Cup 2031, 2033, and then Salt Lake City, Utah 2034. A lot of these are just more high-level notoriety that we will get from these events. A lot of times we get the question of exactly where is Anaheim? We're always fighting to say we're not LA. We are in Orange County. We're right below LA. But just having that additional lens on our city, I think, is a great thing for us. All right. That's all I have for you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I just got my Olympic tickets, and fencing was one of the ones that my girls wanted. So the fact that you have fencing, and as a former rugby player, that we're having rugby too. I mean, this is wonderful. Are there any questions or comments by council on this report? Councilmember Meeks?
So you talked a couple slides ago about, what they're looking for, cost, things like that. Is there, do some of them care about the attendee market? Because it seems like some of these, you can bring in the competition, but like in the Pokemon one, there's just so many people in this area that came in and paid them a lot of money to attend. So is that a big piece of some of this on some of these sports things?
It absolutely is. That's a big piece for ones like Pokemon, BlizzCon, volleyball. We have the demand here in our market and in our community for these events to be here naturally. They don't have to convince people flying across the country to do it. They have people coming locally and across the country to attend these events. So it makes it easier for the organizers.
Yeah, it seems like that's, I mean, we have a lot of things going for us. We may be a little more expensive, but
Yes. We have a lot of key items going for us, and that's honestly what I rely upon a lot of times when I'm talking to these clients is it may be more expensive, but look at how much easier and how much savings you have on the marketing side or your registration side because you'll have great attendance.
okay. And
Katie, just to add, our drive market is roughly 20 million people.
yeah,
which is
that's
huge.
I mean, it's huge compared to I'm going to go to, you know,
Well, anywhere else, really.
Kentucky. Yeah, anywhere else. And do you think there's a strong market for sports outside of the convention center? So if we had facilities like sports fields and things like that, that we could have the same sort of impact on some of these sports tourism events?
Absolutely. There's tremendous market. Each of these trade shows that I go to, they get a little confused that I just do the convention center. They're looking for parks in our community. And the demand for specifically soccer, baseball, softball is tremendous. They would be filled every single weekend, I think.
Yeah, and I know some of the other communities around us have built sports complexes,
Yes.
but they don't have the visitor infrastructure that we have here with the hotels and things close to those fields. So it's something I've asked the city manager's office and our team to look at, and what are the finances of that, and is it something that makes sense for us? I
Definitely.
appreciate this information. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Kurtz.
My first question is, and thank you for going back to this slide, but how did that guy get up that high? That's my first question.
That's why I went back. This picture is awesome.
That is quite the lift, for sure.
We'll work on it after. It'll be fun.
We'll be working on it for a long time. I wonder if there's like a mattress or something that we don't see in the
They
picture.
kick off the other person,
Oh,
so
do
they
they?
kind of like
All right.
lift.
Well,
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Seriously, though, you talked about e-gaming, and I think that's a definite wave of the future, a good place to be. So the quick question I would ask is our convention center set up to handle the bandwidth for an e-gaming convention?
Yes. I don't know if you want to discuss
Katie
the
says
group.
yes.
Okay.
So the one thing from a convention center technology perspective is we are at a point right now that if anybody asks if we can do anything technologically, the answer is yes. So our pipe for bandwidth is significantly 100 megabits, so we can handle most all e-gaming.
Okay. I like to hear the word yes, that's for sure. And then the second question I have is, you talked a little bit about youth sports and the local parks. I'm curious, how or what is the impact on our local parks for that? And are we addressing that in, say, backdating maintenance charges to the sports groups that come in?
Absolutely. I think there's room for that, especially as you're negotiating with the tournament organizers and making sure that all the upkeep and grounds are built into the cost of the rental for those programs. The rights holders and the tournament organizers generally understand that there's rental of the space, just in general upkeep, but also in the manpower to execute the program.
Right. So the city, I know, charges X dollars to rent a field that's there. Are we, maybe this might be a question for the Parks Department, but do we have a additional fee if somebody's running a league that's coming in and using the fields as well?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay.
I do apologize.
Do you know what are the top fields that are used? Is it soccer fields, ball fields? Do they use it as football, or what is, what the top sport is that's advertising currently?
It depends on the season, but soccer, baseball, softball are the top ones.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. What I'm amazed at as I'm driving through the resort area is youth sports conventions. What I've seen is that these kids live in Orange County, but they stay in our hotels during that convention period. So what are we doing to increase youth sports?
Absolutely. So we do encourage the youth sports, make it more of a family trip. We explain to them that this is an experience for their kids to come in and act like an adult, show that they can be a hotel and control not running down the hallways and what have you. But this is also an experience for them. This is memories that they're making as a family, that they're really trying to drive in instead of driving in, they're trying to stay.
Somebody from Visit Anaheim told me that even during, maybe it was Tom, that even during times when COVID, as an example, some of these youth sports continued.
They did. So youth sports was the first thing to come back to our city. It was also the first thing to move out to places like Phoenix and Vegas, places that stayed open. They wanted to continue meeting, and they're a very resilient market. So they're a very dependable market. They may not be the top grossing, they may not be the flashiest ADR, but they are resilient and dependable.
Thank you. Councilmember Moss?
Thank you. And those sports parents are tough. You mentioned soccer, baseball, and softball as the top sports. Are we seeing growth in any other sports?
So those would be the top sports for parks in general outside of the convention center. At the convention center, we're seeing extreme growth for volleyball and basketball specifically. Those we constantly have demand for. Cheer, dance has always been there. There's always going to be growth there as well. I know it's a little harder on the convention center at times for cheer and dance to be in there, but we've seen tremendous growth on that side too.
Thank you. Tom loves it.
They tend to spread out very quickly.
I have an interest and passion in para-athletes. Is there any opportunity for adaptive sports? Do you see a growth in that or a rise in that?
You know, I have seen some adaptive sports. We've seen wheelchair basketball come through, wheelchair rugby come through. Those, I will say, rely heavier on the financial incentives and support, and that's something that we don't quite have at this moment. But as a fellow sports parent, and I would love to see it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. One last question. And then Mayor Pro Tem. Has Visit Anaheim or any surrounding cities ever, I guess, hosted like an invitational if we have the room for volleyball, basketball? And if so, what kind of goes into that?
I haven't seen us host it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say there's a lot of logistics that would go into hosting it yourself. It's everything from courts to sourcing the correct teams and the best teams. At this point, I wouldn't advise to do that.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I think when you said that the USA Volleyball events were the equivalent of NAM, anyone who's been to NAM, I think it's the second largest that we host. I mean, it's a huge event, and so that caught me by surprise a little bit. But it's good news. It's good news. Just the clarification on just your role and how you work with the convention center. Can you clarify? Is your role more just kind of being the liaison and kind of connecting these groups that want to come in with the convention center and then kind of letting them have that conversation, whether it's a good fit? And then you mentioned that you try to use unused halls to basically maximize our area. Can you just share do you have access to the information, and if you can clarify those, if that made sense?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking. So I do actually book into the center. I partner with the ACC team in checking dates, checking the stack, if this is a good piece of business to put in during those dates. Once I have the green light, then it's all negotiations with the client that I'm working with. It's not until they request the lease that it actually goes to the ACC team. So up until, from the time of finding the business to the point of requesting a lease, I'm in direct contact with the client. In terms of looking at the space, I do have access to see the space. I cannot physically put something in there without them knowing it and without them doing it for me. But I can absolutely see the space. I can see if it might be a good fit and run it by them.
And I'm getting into the weeds, but just out of curiosity, so when you're having that conversation with a potential client or with a client, and excuse me, I'm eating snacks over here.
You're good.
When you have those conversations with the client, I know that there's a lot more that goes into hosting an event at the convention center, right? Because you have the lighting and internet access and all these different things depending on what group it is. Are you also the point person for all of that? Or is it, here's the space, now here's the convention center staff to deal with kind of the rest of it depending on what they're doing?
Also a good question. I try to stay out of the weeds as much as possible. I'll give general guidance and high-level details of what the convention center can do, but if they're looking for specific bandwidth, I want them to get in with Kevin Patch with Smart City. I want them to be with the experts and know exactly who they're going to be partnering with and get it directly from them.
Awesome, I appreciate that. And then just one final comment, and I think I'm going to a little bit out of scope of the presentation, but I know, Tom, you've sent over some information, and I apologize if it was already covered, with the World Cup coming up, as we're talking about sports and youth sports. And I know you've sent over a memo just in terms of, I've asked about community events or watch parties or things like that, and then you had mentioned that there's a licensing fee to show some games. I just wanted to throw it out there, and I don't know if that's something that, if it's just a free community event, if that is still falls under the requirement of having to pay a licensing fee to show games. So you all probably have more information on that than I do, but I just think it would be a good, if that's something we might be able to explore and potentially provide for the community in partnership with all of you, and tie in sports tourism in there somewhere, because I think it is important, right? And we may not be hosting any World Cup matches, but it's going to be a big event, and hopefully some of those visitors from LA do end up coming here, and I'm sure that there's a whole other presentation you can give just on World Cup and Olympics, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Again, I know we're only a couple months out, but otherwise appreciate everything that you guys do and everything that you do.
My pleasure, yes.
Thank you. I don't see no other questions or comments by council. This is an informational item, so we don't have any action by council. Item 15 was continued to April 21st. We don't have any public speakers left over from the first section, so this is now the time for future agenda requests by council. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to put on a future agenda? Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. A couple things. Well, one of the things I would like to request is a discussion on easing the traffic. We heard a lot of public comments from individuals from Anaheim Hills about Santiago, so just would like to get a staff report on and a presentation on what we've done to study the area, how we can either widen, what are our options to help alleviate some of the traffic. I know Councilmember Meeks is probably already on top of this, but I'm interested now that we have all become interested in the traffic on Santiago. So that's something that I would be interested in seeing. And then I'd also like to ask Mayor Akin to close the meeting in memory of LA County Deputy Sheriff Levi Vargas, Alberto Viveros Piedra, Andrew Joseph Sanchez.
Okay, thank you very much. Next would be Councilmember Meeks and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to bring in the Public Works staff member, Jose Sanchez, who helped with the, helping the woman and her daughter who was being attacked, and I understand he played a pretty significant role in that, so I'd like to acknowledge him from us. Thanks.
Wonderful idea, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not necessarily an item to bring back, but I wanted to put it on staff's radar for follow-up, and I'll pause if any of my colleagues are already working on this. But a couple of weeks ago, the family of Mia Mejia unveiled a bench that they made in her honor and her memory. And so I'm wondering if we can explore, they wanted to put it essentially outside of their house in their cul-de-sac, and I guess was told by code enforcement they weren't able to do that. In addition to following up on that, I'm wondering if there's something we might be able to look at of potentially either using that bench or a duplicate of that bench, and maybe adding it to one of our parks, again, in recognition and memory, and also potentially as a way of providing resources for folks, just for people for mental health and things they might be going through. So if we could follow up on that and have a conversation, that'd be great.
So just generally, how do people donate or dedicate benches and public facilities?
More specifically, if we might be able to explore establishing some sort of, very specific to this case, of either putting that bench somewhere in one of our parks or doing something to kind of memorialize Mia Mejia.
Okay, thank you. So with no other requests for council items and no other business before this council, I would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Andrew Joseph Sanchez, Alberto Piedra, Deputy Levi Vargas, Mark Anthony Trejo, and Jennifer Alejandra Loara Zarco. Thank you. We will be having our next meeting on April 21st, 2026.